Chapter 2359. Lin Xian blocked the attack, but he wasn't happy. He had used his full strength, and he had used the great dragon sword soul. He couldn't use this kind of power for long. He didn't have much spiritual power left. Even if he recovered quickly, he couldn't afford the crazy absorption of the great dragon sword soul. His opponent had already seen the heavenly secret god eyes, and he had used a defensive artifact. His sneak attack wouldn't succeed. Apart from that, there was the dragon-shaped sword shadow and the 3 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. These 2 attacks should be able to injure his opponent. Dark Red Dragon, prepare to attack and use your strongest killing move. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Snowy White Marquis inside the Black Earth. Little White, prepare to attack. I'm on my side. Snowy White Marquis nodded and waited for an opportunity. Buzz. Lin Xian sent out a few rays of sword qi and rushed over. When he got close to Zhan Wuhan, the golden light in his eyes appeared again. Floating light. Humph. Zhan Wuhan activated the red furnace, and the terrifying phoenix shattered the surrounding sword qi. At the same time, a layer of ripples appeared on his body. He sneered. Another soul attack. It's useless. This is a treasure passed down from ancient times. Your soul power can't penetrate it. Indeed, if not for the incident with General Xianying, Zhan Wuhan might have been careless. His opponent's sneak attack might have succeeded. But after that incident, Zhan Wuhan was very careful. He carefully protected his soul. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's soul attack at all. But in the next moment he made a sound, because he still felt a wave of soul energy. Although it was much weaker, it still reached him. This made him even more shocked. One had to know that his jade pendant was an ancient jade. It was very precious, but his opponent's soul power could still reach him. This surprised him. What kind of soul attack was this? He didn't dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he snorted and activated his defensive jade pendant. At the same time, his soul power surged out to resist the attack. He was an expert of the battle tribe. His soul power was very strong, so he defended and attacked at the same time. Soon, he dispelled the illusion brought by floating light. However, although the illusion failed, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That was because his true attack was not floating light. All of this was bait. All right, now is the time. Let's do it. Lin Xian roared. Then the little white monkey dashed out. In an instant, he was right in front of Zhan Wuhan. His furry little paw slapped Scarless War's face. Whoa! Zhan Wuhan felt dizzy. Although he knew he was in trouble, he couldn't react in time. Little White's attack succeeded, and it disappeared instantly. At this moment, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon made their move. Lin Xian roared. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul with his left hand. Then, both swords slashed forward. Whoa! The 3rd seal of the ancient dragon abyss sword was released, and its power increased dramatically, causing Lin Xian's right arm to be severed in an instant. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and slashed forward. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his left hand exploded with a dazzling light. It turned into a real dragon and slashed forward. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also roared. Endless dragon blood, aura, surged from its body. It cooperated with the Earth's spiritual energy and created 18 dragon blood shadows. It charged forward. At the same time, behind him, endless light gathered and turned into a long red saber. It slashed down from the sky. The 2 of them attacked with their 4 ultimate moves. Boom! 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 Everything in front of them was annihilated in an instant. Boom! Lin Xian's face was pale. He was blasted away by the energy. Fortunately, he summoned the dragon sword realm at the critical moment and blocked a lot of it. The dark red divine dragon beside him swung its tail and carried Lin Xian tens of thousands of miles away. The surrounding martial artists weren't so lucky. They were instantly affected and screamed. Before they could fly back, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. Only a few experts were able to escape. Those spiritual boats, birds, beasts, and the terrifying demon kings were all destroyed. This attack could be said to have killed most of the warriors. Less than 1,000 of them were left alive. At this moment, they were looking forward in bewilderment. Could the war tribe's experts survive after being hit by such a terrifying energy? They didn't dare to imagine. In addition, tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also looking forward with flickering eyes. Lin Xian swallowed another treasure. However, this time he could only recover half of his strength. There was no other way. Using the dragon source ancient sword too many times had caused the burden on his body to reach an extreme. Therefore, no matter how many treasures he had, he couldn't recover to his peak state. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dragon-shaped sword shadow, the dragon source ancient sword's 3 seals, and the dark red divine dragon's 2 ultimate moves. Thinking about it, he should be able to kill his opponent. After waiting for a long time, the violent energy in front of them gradually disappeared. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths, because the final result was finally about to be revealed. The sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, and a figure appeared. The armor on his body was shattered, and his hair was disheveled. It was Zhang Wuhen. At this moment, he was in an abnormally sorry state. There were many wounds on his body, and his body was on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't collapse in the end. He was fine. Seeing this scene, the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. They were surprised that Zhang Wuhen didn't die after such a violent attack. One had to know that apart from the black earth and the sage's handbone, this was already the strongest power they could use. Even so, they still couldn't kill Zhang Wuhen. It had to be said that the war tribe's experts were too terrifying. "Brat, how dare you injure me? I want you dead." Zhang Wuhen raised his head, and his eyes emitted a cold light. At that moment, he had indeed felt the threat of death. If he wasn't a war tribe expert and didn't have a treasure that could defend him, he would have died. That attack just now would have taken his life. He couldn't tolerate that a brat could threaten his life. In the next moment, he roared at the sky, took out a red pill the size of a longan, and swallowed it. Immediately, his body emitted crackling sounds. His damaged body and broken bones quickly healed. His originally heavily injured body recovered again, and he was heading towards his peak. What kind of pill was that? It was too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2360. Damn it. If the other party recovered to his peak, they would not be able to fight him at all. Therefore, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, Lin Xian summoned the Black Earth and used its powerful attack power to kill the other party. At most, he would just have to waste some resources. He could always find more in the future. Buzz! The Black Earth appeared, exuding an ancient aura. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were about to enter. However, Zhang Wuhen suddenly raised his hand. 5 mysterious runes appeared in his hand and rushed forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the seal of the 5 elements. 5 types of energy rotated in the sky, exuding a mysterious aura and sealing the black earth in the sky. Boom, boom! Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were bounced back. What? Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? The black earth was sealed? Damn it, this old man was too fast. The dark red divine dragon was also hopping mad. The 2 of them were already fast enough. However, it did not expect the other party to be even faster. Moreover, it had already recognized that this was a terrifying seal of the 5 elements. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Black Earth attack. The dark red dragon roared. However, the black earth did not react at all. Damn it! The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly. Kid, do you think we don't know what trump card you have? Everything you did in General Xianying's residence has long been known to us. What? You know all of our trump cards? Lin Xian frowned. This was not good news. It could be said that it was terrible. Moreover, it did not look like it was fake. Otherwise, the other party would not have sealed the Black Earth as soon as they used it. Obviously, the other party knew the power of the Black Earth. Damn it! It was those people from the general's residence. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Back then, he had destroyed the general's residence, but there were still many warriors who survived. Those warriors must have told the other party the process of the battle. That was why his trump card was exposed. In that case, the saint's hand bone would be exposed as well. It was fortunate that the snow-white monkey had caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to injure the other party. Damn it, this is going to be difficult. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The Black Earth had been sealed, so it was unlikely that they would be able to break it in a short period of time. Then, the only thing that could be used was the saint's hand bone. However, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have a way to deal with it. Brat, you don't have any more moves, right? Die obediently for me. Zhan Wuhen sneered and strode over. Murderous intent surged from his body. F***K. You have the nerve to say that. The dark, red, divine dragon cursed. How old are you? How old is he? 1,000-year-old monster was beating up a 20-year-old boy? How could he have the cheek to say such words? Lin Xian also snorted coldly. If we're at the same level, I'll kill you like a dog. In your battle clan's younger generation, no one is my match. So what? Only geniuses who grow up are geniuses. Dead geniuses are nothing. Zhan Wuhen was completely unmoved. He admitted that the other party was indeed a genius, and he was even more terrifying than the battle clan's geniuses. However, he would not allow such a person to grow up, especially when the other party was the battle clan's enemy. If he allowed the other party to leave, then in a few hundred or 1,000 years, the other party would definitely become an invincible king. He would not invite such a powerful enemy for his family. Therefore, he had to kill the other party today. Brat, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. How dare you provoke my battle clan? Now you can die obediently. Zhan Wuhen activated the red furnace above his head, and the crazy beast pounced down again. The void instantly collapsed, as if there was a great collapse. A terrifying wave of flames swept out in all directions. Lin Xian kept retreating. At the same time, sword energy surged out from his body, forming a sword screen. However, he was still forced back. At this moment, he only had half of his usual strength. Pooh! Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn it, use the saint's hand bone. Use the Black Earth as a shield in front of me. I don't believe that guy can withstand it. Okay, I'll set up the formation now. The dark red divine dragon also nodded. He was also very displeased by the other party's arrogance. However, the other party was too powerful. Perhaps only the saint's hand bone could deal with him. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the saint's hand bone without holding back. It was a very small bone that floated in the sky. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhan Wuhen's aura. Damn it, what is that? The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with horror. This brat actually has such a terrifying treasure? They were really shocked. If the brat used this treasure to deal with them, none of them would be able to escape. Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. Heavens, what kind of existence did we provoke? The Tang family and the people from the governor's residence had ugly expressions. The people from the Tai dynasty also had grave expressions. Although they knew that the other party had a heaven-defying treasure, they had never seen it before. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was indeed very shocking. A saint's item. Zhan Wuhan also felt a great amount of pressure. However, the light in his eyes was indeed getting brighter. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He had to admit that the other party was not only powerful, but also had too many treasures in his hands. That long sword, the saint's hand bone, and the Black Spirit's ship were all top-grade treasures. This was also because he did not know about the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes. If he had discovered the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes like the Golden Lion King, he would probably go crazy immediately. Boom! Lin Xian tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Immediately, the terrifying aura of the saint swept through the 9 heavens as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon instantly pulled away from each other. At the same time, Lin Xian summoned the black earth again to block in front of him and defend. It could not be helped. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. In addition to the black earth, he also used the dragon sword realm. The great dragon sword soul let out a loud dragon roar to resist the terrifying pressure. Puff! Puff! Lin Xian temporarily blocked the pressure of the saint. His eyes flickered. However, the people around him were not so lucky. Hundreds of cultivators were instantly crushed by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The remaining people also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. It could not be helped. They could not resist the pressure of the saint at all. Buzz. Chapter 2361. On the other side, Zhan Wuhan also felt a great pressure. The flaming phoenix above his head instantly cracked, and it struggled on the ground. Then it collapsed and turned into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The fiery red cauldron was also trembling nonstop, as if it was about to worship. Zhan Wuhan's expression was ferocious. Was this the pressure of a sage? It was indeed powerful. As expected, it was good stuff. Kid, I have to say that you have a lot of treasures in your hands. I'm going to take this sage's bone. Hearing Zhan Wuhan's voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you people from the battle tribe poor? Why do you want other people's things? The dark red dragon also spat. Shameless. Zhan Wuhan's face darkened. You sharp-tongued kid. When I catch you later, I'll knock your teeth out one by one. And you, stinky loach, I'll skin you and make you into a pair of battle boots later. Phut! What a temper. Come here, I'll slap you to death. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth in anger. The other party was really asking for a beating. Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly and did not say anything. In the next moment, his body shone brightly. Then a golden armor appeared and covered his body. The golden armor was too valiant. It shone brightly and shot into the sky. Not only that, but mysterious patterns floated on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Fuck, an invincible armor. Damn it, this guy actually has such a thing. When the golden armor appeared, the dark red dragon immediately screamed, and its expression became extremely ugly. What was an invincible armor? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed to be related to invincible kings. That's right, it was indeed related to invincible kings. It was the armor worn by invincible kings. He did not expect this guy to have one. It seemed that the other party was indeed well prepared. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It was just an invincible king. Compared to a sage, it was slightly weaker. He should not be able to block it. No, not necessarily. Don't underestimate the armor of an invincible king. It was a complete armor, and it even had the consciousness of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. Although the sage's hand bone is powerful, we don't dare to unlock all the seals. In the past, we had the Black Earth, so we could unlock all the seals. Even if that guy had an invincible armor, he would not be able to block it. But now, let's wait and see. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon discussed quickly. Then the two of them looked ahead. Ahead of them, Zhan Wuhan put on the invincible battle suit, and his body shone brightly. The ancient saint's aura immediately weakened significantly. As for the rest, he could rely on his own strength to resist them. In the next moment, he walked forward with his pulsing steps. He slowly approached the saint's hand bone. At the same time, he stretched out a palm. Above his 5 fingers, 5 balls of energy were spinning rapidly, representing the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the 5 element seal from before. From the looks of it, Zhan Wuhen wanted to seal the saint's hand bone and take it for himself. But halfway through, he stopped again, because Lin Xian tore open some more seals. Suddenly, the aura of a sage surged. Once this aura appeared, the people in the distance vomited blood again. Zhan Wuhen had no choice but to stop. The next moment, the energy in his body poured into the invincible armor, forming a dazzling light that enveloped him. Buzz! Zhan Wuhen reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. The 5 elemental seal moved together. The light between heaven and earth trembled. The void shattered, and the sage's hand bone was completely enveloped. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's hearts were in their throats. However, the sage's hand bone was a sage's treasure. Sensing the danger of being sealed, it automatically counterattacked. A golden light shot out, piercing the 9 heavens. Boom! The 5 elemental seal was instantly shattered. Zhan Wuhen retracted his hand. His palm was bleeding profusely. How terrifying! It can't be a sage's bone. Just a ray of light could pierce through my palm. Zhan Wuhen looked at his palm and muttered to himself. However, the light in his eyes was even more dazzling. He had to get his hands on this peerless treasure. Humph! You want to snatch the sage's hand bone? Dream on. The dark red dragon sneered disdainfully. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing the invincible armor? Do you think you're too weak in front of a sage? Is that so? Zhan Wuhen was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Do you think you're the only ones who have a sage's treasure? What? Hearing this, the dark red dragon was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. What did he mean? Did he also have a sage's treasure? In the distance, the people were even more shocked. What do a bunch of ants know? Today I'll show you. Zhan Wuhen snorted. He waved his sleeve and took out an ancient mirror. The mirror was octagonal and green. As soon as it appeared, it floated in the sky and shone down thousands of rays of light. The aura on it was extremely terrifying. It carried the might of a sage. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. The people in the distance immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's eyelids were also twitching. A complete artifact. Heavens, could it be a weapon that a sage had used before? If that was the case, there was no need to fight. No, it was not a sage's weapon. The dark red dragon realized that the mirror had been modified. Kid, did you notice? Only the centermost piece is a sage's weapon. The rest of the places were added later. So that was the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had indeed noticed it. Of the 8 ancient green mirrors, only the centermost piece was dark green. It was very ancient and desolate. It was completely different from the other parts of the mirror. Needless to say, that was a fragment of a sage's weapon. That fragment was only the size of a fingernail, even smaller than his sage's drum. After knowing this, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a fragment. As long as it was not a complete sage's weapon, it would not be a fatal blow to them. However, Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly. What do you know? Although it's only a fragment, it was still refined by a supreme powerhouse of the battle tribe. Moreover, it formed a new artifact. Its power is definitely above your sage's, Drumbone. Just you wait, I'll show you its power soon. Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly. Buzz! He raised his hand and shot out countless rays of light into the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Immediately, the ancient bronze mirror spun rapidly. The green light was like flowing water, sprinkling all over the world. A vast aura surged, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. The people in the distance could no longer hold on. Many of them had fainted. Only a few of the older generation were still bitterly holding on. There were still hundreds of thousands of miles between them. Chapter 2362. Zhan Wuhen had a solemn expression on his face. He was wearing the invincible king armor, which allowed him to use the 6 directions ancient mirror. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Monkey King were safe for the time being. This was because the sage's arm bone had blocked off the terrifying pressure. However, they still had no idea what would happen next. Kid, you can't use the sage's arm bone at all. You can only passively tear apart its power. If you do that, you will suffer immeasurable pain. Therefore, in front of me, you can't resist at all. Now go to hell for me. Zhan Wuhen's cold voice rang out. The 6 directions ancient mirror above his head shone even brighter. It was like a green moon that spun in the sky. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Little White, use your ultimate move. The little white monkey did not enter the black earth. Instead, it sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and took down the small bowl above his head. Wu Ji, the treasure bowl shone brightly, forming a mysterious force that seemed to want to snatch the 6 directions ancient mirror. Of course, he couldn't really snatch it. After all, it was a fragment of a sage. However, he still affected the 6 directions ancient mirror. Whoa! In the sky, the green mirror trembled. A ray of light shot down, piercing through the void and almost injuring Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen's face turned ugly. Damn it, what's going on? The other party could actually interfere with his 6 directions ancient mirror. He couldn't believe it. The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on its face when it saw this. Aren't the war tribe's experts powerful? What's wrong? You can't even control your own treasure? You'd better hold it tight. Don't get pierced and killed by your own family's treasure. That would be a huge joke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you guys. Hearing this, Zhan Wuhen's face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 directions ancient mirror shot out a ray of light that turned into eternal light. It charged forward, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly manipulated the saint's hand bone to fight against it. One was the sage's arm bone, while the other was the sage's weapon fragment. When the two collided, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Boom! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragons retreated, and the black earth in front of them also retreated. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen also retreated. Although he was protected by the invincible battle armor, he did not dare to resist the pressure of a saint. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another. They were tens of thousands of meters long and were extremely terrifying. Thunder and lightning struck down from the fissure, piercing through the earth. Tens of thousands of meters away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used the black soil to protect their bodies. There were countless array formations around them. The two of them looked ahead with pale faces. No, the most he could do now was to fight back. However, the other party probably wouldn't dare to resist this energy head-on. We're not in any danger yet, the dark red dragon quickly said. But in the next moment, he frowned because Zhan Wuhen had charged over again. Damn it, what's going on? The dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. How could the enemy pass through such a terrifying energy barrier? But soon he understood. The 6 directions ancient mirror in the other party's hand had disappeared. The other party was charging over alone. Damn it, he had used the 6 directions ancient mirror to block the saint's hand bone. That's right, Zhan Wuhen had done that. He had directly abandoned the 6 directions ancient mirror and let the two saints' items confront each other in the sky. Meanwhile, he was wearing the invincible battle armor and charging over. Even without the saint's weapon, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Go to hell, brat. Zhan Wuhen's large hand slammed down. That palm was too terrifying. It carried a sky full of lightning and flashed incomparably. It was like a sea of lightning that directly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Clang! Lin Xian directly grabbed the black earth and blocked in front of him. Countless lightning bolts struck the black earth, causing it to shake violently. Then Lin Xian and the others were forced to retreat. This force was too strong, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and spat out a sky full of flames. Lin Xian also roared angrily. He held the ancient sword again and charged forward. The little white monkey at the side also appeared from time to time, ready to attack at any time. But this time, Zhan Wuhen had the previous experience. His body was constantly filled with a golden light that blocked everything. Although Little White was fast, she could not get close to him now. Bang! Bang! After dozens of moves, Lin Xian vomited blood and was sent flying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also tumbling in the sky. Both of them were injured. It could not be helped. Zhan Wuhen was too strong, and what was worse was that he was wearing an invincible battle armor. The invincible battle armor's defense was terrifying. It was comparable to a heaven-grade weapon. This kind of defense was innately invincible. Humph, you two ants dare to attack me? Zhan Wuhen looked ahead and sneered. He once again slapped out two thunder palms and sent the two of them flying. Damn it! Lin Xian roared angrily. The dragon-shaped sword appeared again. He grabbed it and slashed forward. Buzz! The energy that he had recovered was instantly sucked away. Boom! The terrifying sword light was like a flying dragon. It slashed on Zhan Wuhen's body with a deafening sound. Zhan Wuhen was sent flying, vomiting blood. Although he was wearing the invincible battle armor and was not cut open, however, that terrifying power passed through the armor and struck his body, causing his insides to continue to churn. What was that sword energy? After flying for a few thousand meters, Zhan Wuhen stopped. His face was extremely gloomy. His opponent could actually hurt him through the invincible battle armor. He did not dare to believe it. What shocked him even more was that it was not caused by his opponent's sword, but a blurry sword shadow. What was that? His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sword shadow. However, at that moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then thunder began to fall. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? The dark red dragon controlled the terrifying lightning and descended. The five-colored lightning was like a heavenly tribulation. It pierced through the void and sent Zhan Wuhen flying again. Zhan Wuhen's body was pitch black. His hair was standing on end. His face was also charred. His eyes were extremely ferocious. Damn it, what was going on? This snake was actually able to injure him? Zhan Wuhen flew out of the crack in the ground and returned to the sky. He looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Good, good, good. The two of you have completely infuriated me. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Clang! Fearless lion seal. Zhan Wuhen formed a seal with his palms and attacked. Buzz! The golden light on his body shot into the sky. He turned into a golden lion and charged over. Boom! The dark red dragon swung its tail and slammed into the golden lion. Chapter 2363. Seal of the Fearless Lion. Heavens! How could he withstand the seal of the Fearless Lion? The surrounding people were shocked. Wasn't that the battle tribe's mystique? How could he do it? Even Zhan Wuhen's pupils constricted. His face was filled with shock. Boom! 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 In the sky, the two giant golden lions collided, tearing the void apart. But soon, the golden lion that Lin Xian had unleashed dimmed and was torn apart. That was because Zhan Wuhen was too powerful. Moreover, Lin Xian was injured, and his strength was only half of what it was before. Therefore, there was no way he could fight back. Pung! Lin Xian was sent flying once again, coughing up blood. The dark red dragon flew out and exchanged blows with Zhang Wuhen. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then the dragon flew back as well, grimacing in pain. Damn it, isn't this guy's strength too strong? There was nothing they could do. Although Zhang Wuhen did not have the sage artifact fragment, he was wearing the invincible armor. The two of them could not break through his defense. Humph! The two of you are no match for me, Zhang Wuhen sneered. Although he was also suspicious of how Zhang Wuhen could use the seal of the fearless lion, he thought that once he captured Zhang Wuhen, he would be able to find out all of his secrets. Wang. He stretched out a large palm and grabbed at Zhang Wuhen. The huge palm flashed with shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Wang. Floating light. Soul ignition. At this critical moment, Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he used the 2 killer moves of the heavenly secret god eyes. This time, he spared no effort in unleashing it, because right now his strongest attack was his soul force. Wang. Wang. The light on Zhang Wuhen's body fluctuated. Clearly, the 2 killer moves had triggered his soul defense artifact. Instantly ripples appeared. The surrounding space was also strangely distorted. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly and increased his defense. However, in the next moment he still groaned, because he felt as if his soul was about to split open. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced his soul. Damn it! Zhang Wuhen roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His head seemed to have split open. He held his head with both hands and roared nonstop. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the huge palm of light in the sky also disappeared. Traceless war was in a state of madness. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took this opportunity to retreat quickly. Not only that, but the two of them also launched an attack. Wang. Lin Xian once again summoned the great dragon Sword Soul. The dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the air, and he grabbed it. He gritted his teeth and roared. He quickly slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy that danced in the air and viciously struck forward. Clang! The dark, red, divine dragon's body, which was 100 feet long, continued to dance. The scales on its body flew off and formed a long red saber that slashed down from the sky. The saber and the sword were extremely sharp as they enveloped Zhang Wuhen. Boom! An intense collision sounded. The invincible armor exploded with golden light, covering the entire sky. Violent energy erupted like a torrential flood. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying by this energy. The two of them kept retreating, but their eyes were incomparably bright as they stared straight ahead. After a long time, the energy in front of them gradually disappeared. A roar came from the void. Zhang Wuhen's hair was disheveled, his face pale, and there was blood on his body. The invincible armor also dimmed a little, but it did not crack. Even so, Zhang Wuhen was still affected. His internal organs were injured, and even a few of his ribs were broken. Zhang Wuhen could not accept this. After all, he was wearing the invincible armor. Ordinary almighties could not break his defense at all. But now, the man and the dragon had actually managed to injure him. Damn brat, you'll pay a painful price. Zhang Wuhen gritted his teeth, his expression unusually ferocious. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and charged forward again. His black fist was as dazzling as the sun flashing in the sky. The terrifying light was like an ocean, illuminating tens of thousands of feet. Bam bam! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying. The two of them crashed into a few mountains. Humph! Zhang Wuhen charged again. In the sky, the blazing sun fist danced continuously, erupting with terrifying power. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon gritted their teeth and quickly dodged. Damn it, this can't go on. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian continued to swallow pills, preparing to recover his strength. But in the next moment he roared angrily. Damn it! He did not care about his injuries anymore. Instead, he charged forward like a madman. In front of him, Zhan Wuhan had abandoned him and the dark red divine dragon to attack the saint's hand bone. It seemed like he wanted to take it. Lin Xian would not let him succeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demigods and semi-devils left after images in the air as he charged forward. At the same time, he formed seals and frantically tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Hum! Hum! The saint's aura appeared again, sweeping through heaven and earth, forming a golden storm. The surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Xian was instantly sent flying. On the other side, Zhan Wuhan was also vomiting blood. His face was pale. As for the martial artists in the distance, they were affected by the golden light. Then, their eyes widened as they exploded into a bloody mist. Kid! The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and caught Lin Xian. At the same time, it dripped a few drops of dragon blood on him. Don't worry, I won't die. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then he asked, That guy didn't succeed, right? Don't worry, he didn't. That guy was also sent flying. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly said, That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After absorbing a few drops of dragon blood, he recovered a little. Crack! He stood up and looked forward. Opposite him, Zhan Wuhan was roaring crazily. His injuries had worsened. After all, he had been affected by the saint's energy. Even with the invincible armor, it was useless. But this time he did not give up. He took out a golden pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Then he strode forward. This time, he must take the saint's hand bone for himself. It's not that easy to get the saint's hand bone. At most, we'll die together. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness. He once again tore open the saint's seal without any regard for his life. He and the dark red divine dragon blocked the saint's energy with the black earth. On the other side, Zhan Wuhan held the 6 harmonies mirror and fought. Boom, boom, boom. Zhan Wuhan retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying, vomiting blood again. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhan sneered. Kid, we're both injured, but you can't outlast me. I have the invincible armor. What do you have? In a few more times, I won't even have to do anything. You'll be killed by the saint's aura. Haha. Chapter 2364. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword and slashed at the sage's hand bone. Damned brat, how dare you? Seeing this, Zhan Wuhan's expression changed again. He controlled the 6 directions ancient mirror and unleashed a sky full of light that enveloped him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. He had no choice. The collision of auras and slashing were 2 completely different things. Although the previous impact was fierce, Zhan Wuhan was able to withstand it with invincible armor and the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand. However, it was different now. When the sword slashed at the sage's hand bone, it completely activated the power of the sage's hand bone. Even if he had the invincible armor, it would not work. After all, he was not a true invincible king. However, he could not care less now. The energy in his body surged out crazily and poured into the invincible armor and the ancient mirror in his hand. At this moment, he even activated the power of his bloodline. As soon as he moved, a violent energy surged toward him. It hit him. Boom, boom, boom. The invincible armor shone brightly, forming a terrifying defense. The 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand also released tens of thousands of auras. Boom, boom. The collision of the 2 was earth-shattering. However, Zhan Wuhan was still instantly engulfed. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. The great dragon, sword soul in his body, surged out and enveloped him. At the same time, the black earth blocked in front of him. It kept expanding until it turned into a black mountain. Crack! Crack! The dark, red divine dragon used a secret technique, and the dragon blood in his body surged. In a flash, he appeared beside Lin Xian and unleashed a sky full of arrays to resist the terrifying aura in front of him. In the next moment, he was also engulfed by the sage's light. The sage's light was too terrifying. It spread out in all directions. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 500,000 miles. It was completely enveloped. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, the world changed drastically. Mountains and rivers collapsed in an instant. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the earth were formed. A terrifying explosion rang out, and shockwaves filled the sky, spreading out in all directions. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles felt it. They all looked up in horror. When they saw the bright light in the distance and the terrifying aura emitted, everyone's scalps went numb. The Almighties in the nearby cities all flew into the sky, their faces filled with horror. Damn it, who is fighting? What a terrifying aura! Some of the older generation figures also walked out one after another. Even the living fossil-level old men could no longer remain calm. At this moment, everyone was focused. However, no one dared to the front. That was because the aura in front of them made them tremble even though they were millions of miles away. Who dared to go forward? They only dared to watch from afar. After a long time, the terrifying light gradually disappeared, and the surrounding energy receded like a tide. The cracks in the sky, but the earth, however, the cracks on the ground could not be mended. The ground was overturned and cracks that were hundreds of thousands of miles long appeared, forming a grand canyon. He was Zhan Wuhen. At this moment, the invincible armor on Zhan Wuhen's body was very dim. Many of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. His face was pale, and he kept vomiting blood. The six-direction ancient mirror floated beside him. Fortunately, the mirror had blocked the most terrifying impact and saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Damn it, damn it! Zhan Wuhen took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect that something like this would happen when he was trying to capture a brat. He almost lost his life. Even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. It would probably take a lot of effort to fully recover. His expression darkened, but fortunately he survived. Thinking about it, that kid and that snake should have been killed, right? After all, those two did not have the invincible armor or the defense of a sage's weapon. He had to recover some of his strength before thinking of a way to find that brat's body. That brat must have countless secrets, especially that sword, the black earth, and the sage's hand bone in the sky. He had to get them all. Although he was seriously injured this time, those treasures were enough to drive him crazy. That was because he could tell that those treasures would cause everyone to go crazy if they were taken out. It was a great fortune for him to be able to obtain them all. Clang! He sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. However, not long after, he frowned. That was because he sensed an aura fluctuation in the distance. Sure enough, in the next moment, he looked over and saw that a few huge rocks had been pushed away from the ruins in the distance. Then, a red ray of light rushed up. Ouch, it hurt so much. The dark red dragon grimaced and kept complaining. At that moment, he was also dispirited and his head was drooping. There were many cracks on his body and he grimaced in pain. Cough, cough. Next to him, Lin Xian also stretched out a hand and pushed away the rocks on his body. At the same time, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were more serious, but fortunately he had the great dragon sword soul to protect his body. In the end, he managed to block the pressure of the sage. Damn it, they're not dead. When Zhan Wuhen saw that, his face immediately darkened. He did not expect the 2 of them to survive. This really surprised him. How did they survive? He was too shocked. One had to know that he was able to survive because he was wearing the invincible armor and had the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand. As for the other party, their black earth had been sealed, and the sage's hand bone had not helped them. Apart from an ancient sword, there was probably nothing else in it. But how did they survive? Damn it! What exactly is that sword's shadow on them? Zhang Wuhan's face was extremely gloomy. He did not suspect that it was the great dragon's sword soul. After all, he did not think in that direction at all. Previously, the Golden Lion King had discovered it because Lin Xian had directly simulated many of the war tribe's grand theurgies, causing the Golden Lion King to be suspicious. In the previous battle with Zhang Wuhan, the two of them had directly used their trump cards, so Zhang Wuhan still did not know. Damn it, they're not dead. So what? I can kill them with my own hands. Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth and crazily swallowed pills again. As a powerhouse of the war tribe, he had a lot of resources in his hands. At this moment, he wanted to recover as soon as possible and kill the other party with his own hands. Damn it, that guy is not dead. The dark red divine dragon looked around and immediately discovered Zhang Wuhan. It immediately screamed. Lin Xian's face also darkened. This was not good news. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Chapter 23:65. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, should I attack now? The dark red dragon swung its tail, wanting to fly over. However, before it could fly, it fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, my injuries are too serious. Wu Ji, the little white monkey, also lowered its head and laid on Lin Xian's shoulder, unwilling to move. Forget it, let's recover first. Lin Xian took out the remaining pills and swallowed them. Now that the black earth had been sealed, he didn't have many pills and treasures left in his possession. Most of them were inside the black earth. He could not take them now. He could only use the longevity art to swallow the remaining pills and absorb the surrounding spirit chi. However, his injuries were too serious. Moreover, Zhang Wuhan had the magical pills of the battle tribe. Therefore, before long, Zhang Wuhan stood up, pulled out a long golden saber and walked over. Although he walked unsteadily, the killing intent on his body became more and more intense. Boom! However, after taking 2 steps, an explosion suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a ray of light descended from the sky. Damn it, someone's coming. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes were cold as he looked in front of him in shock. He gripped the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand tightly, and the golden armor on his body quickly covered him. What a joke! He was seriously injured now. He might not even be able to defeat an almighty. If the other party killed him and took his treasures, he would suffer a great loss. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also became nervous. They were in the same state. The light in the sky quickly pressed down. It was also a spirit boat. At this moment, there were a few figures standing on it with cold expressions. There were quite a few of them. This scene made Zhang Wuhan and Lin Xian frown. Buzz! The spirit boat floated in the air. The people on it glanced at Zhang Wuhan, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Then they stared at the black earth. Buzz! Among them, an elder walked out. With a wave of his hand, the black earth floated in the air and flew towards their spirit boat. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that they wanted to snatch the black earth? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. Lin Xian's face also darkened. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also frowned. This was because he had already treated the black earth as his spoils of war. Now, someone actually wanted to interfere. This was something he couldn't tolerate. For a moment, all 3 of them looked up at the sky. However, the old man in the sky snorted coldly. He actually dared to seal it. He was really courting death. As he spoke, the old man's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. Instantly, the 5 elements seal was crushed. What? So powerful! Seeing this, the crimson divine dragon, Lin Xian and Zhang Wuhan were shocked. They didn't act rashly because the other party was able to break the 5 elements seal with a single grab. This was indeed beyond their expectations. This was especially so for the dark red divine dragon and John Woohin. The two of them knew very well how terrifying the 5-element seal was. Who exactly was the other party? Once the 5-element seal was broken, Hei-Tu's voice could be heard. "Kid, are you all right?" At the same time, a figure flew out. The person who came out was naturally Xia Xingqian. However, when the old man saw Xia Xingqian, he was also excited. "Young lady, I've finally found you. Why are you guys here?" Xia Xingqian looked at the old man and the people on the spirit boat behind him and said casually, "Don't worry." Her big eyes narrowed into crescents. D***, they actually know each other. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhin's face darkened and he took a few steps back. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They could tell that these people were here to look for Xia Xingqian. Thinking of this, they smiled. "That's great. Young lady, where did you run off to?" the old man asked worriedly. A few youths also walked out of the spirit boat behind them. They stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon and said coldly, "Is it these two kids? How dare you capture our young lady? You're dead meat." With that said, their bodies emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. "No, it's not." Xia Xingqian said, "Stop it, it's not them. I was captured by a few big baddies, and Big Brother Lin saved me." "That kid saved you? Then how did you get sealed?" The few of them frowned. That was because the spirit boat from before had a powerful seal placed on it. Even ordinary almighties would not be able to open it. It was all because of that baddie. Xia Xingqian pointed at John Woohin and said, "This guy is a baddie. He's the one who sealed the spirit boat." Hearing this, the old man and the youths behind him looked away from Lin Xian and stared at John Woohin. Soon, their pupils constricted. Invincible armor. The youth's eyes burned with passion, but the old man frowned. "Who are you?" "Humph." John Woohin snorted. An invincible armor on his body shone brightly. At the same time, the 6 harmonies mirror floated above his head, emitting a sage's aura. Feeling this aura, the youths and the old man all frowned. "Damn it! Hurry up and protect Miss." They shielded Xia Xingqian behind them. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the spirit boat. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and beard. He was leaning on a walking stick. He didn't have a terrifying aura, just like an ordinary grandpa next door. However, the moment he came out, the pressure of the sage's aura disappeared instantly. "Grandpa, you're here too." Seeing this old man, Xia Xingqian flew over happily. "You little girl, you always make people worry." The old man rubbed Xia Xingqian's head lovingly. Then he waved his sleeve and countless runes flashed, completely sealing the sage's hand bone that was still floating in the air. "What?" Seeing this, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon god were shocked. As for Zhang Woohin, his pupils constricted. Heavens, who is this person? He sealed the sage's hand bone with a raise of his hand. Needless to say, the other party must have surpassed an almighty and might even be an invincible king. Thinking of this, Zhang Woohin tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the old man looked at him and said calmly, "People of the battle tribe, you finally can't hold it in anymore and want to come out? You know my identity." Zhang Woohin's eyelids twitched because the old man in front of him was too mysterious. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you know my identity, there are some things you shouldn't care about. You can take your granddaughter away. I won't care about you. However, this kid has to stay. He killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe. I won't let him go." "What? Killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe?" Chapter 2366. Previously, when they looked around, they found that the other party's aura was very weak and he was covered in blood. But now, after hearing what he said, they knew that they had underestimated him. The war tribe was a legendary powerful race that lived for war. The prodigies of the war tribe were definitely terrifying, but he was killed by the other party. It was shocking. Moreover, It seemed that the sage's hand bone above his head was also his. A young man actually had a sage's item. It was indeed shocking. Humph! Sensing Zhang Wuhin's killing intent, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand to recall the sage's hand bone. Then he said, "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." At this moment, the old man with the walking stick also spoke. "All right, little guy, you should go back," the old man said to Zhang Wuhin. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhin snorted coldly, and a look of displeasure appeared in his eyes. The other party called him a little guy. Although he looked young, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old. How could someone like him be a little guy? However, in the next moment, Zhang Wuhin was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock, because the old man continued to speak. "Zhan Lingtian is still alive, right? Send him my regards." "Senior, you are?" Zhang Wuhin was too shocked or even terrified, because Zhan Lingtian was one of the ancestors of the war tribe. Furthermore, this name was not something that just anyone could know. Apart from the internal members of the war tribe, very few people outside knew about it. However, the person in front of him actually knew about it, and there was even a hint of mockery in his tone. This shocked him greatly. What's going on? Could it be that the old man in front of him knew their ancestor? Zhang Wuhin did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. Coupled with the fact that the other party had sealed the sage's hand bone with a single move. Needless to say, the old man in front of him must be an extremely terrifying person. "Since Senior has spoken, I'll spare him this time," Zhang Wuhin said in a deep voice. He knew that he couldn't succeed this time. Not to mention the old man, the people around him were also very powerful. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. After saying that, Zhang Wuhin looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, you're very lucky this time. I'll spare your life." However, the next time they met, they wouldn't be so lucky. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "Don't worry, you don't have to hold back, because the next time we meet, I will personally kill you." Acting recklessly, Zhang Wuhin's eyes were cold. However, he quickly turned around and left. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and Scarlet's war disappeared. Damn it, that guy finally left. Seeing the other party leave, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly looked towards the elder. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am extremely grateful. Little girl, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have suffered even more." "That's right, Big Brother Lin. Thank you so much this time. Kid, why don't we leave? This old man is too scary. My hair stands on end just by standing here." At the side, the dark red dragon felt uncomfortable all over. That was because, although the old man had a benevolent appearance and did not emit any aura, he felt that his secret was completely exposed before the old man's eyes. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Lin Xian also felt the same, let alone the dark red dragon. Although the old man's gaze was gentle, it was boundless. It was as if he could see through her body. He had never encountered such a situation before. Needless to say, the old man must be a super expert. "Senior, I still have some matters to attend to." Lin Xian decided to leave. However, Xia Xingqian was a little reluctant. "Big Brother Lin, don't go. Look, you're injured. You haven't recovered yet. What if that big bad guy is hiding nearby? I'm afraid you'll be in danger then. How about this? You come back with me and I'll treat you well." "There's no need for that." Lin Xian shook his head. Go back to where?" "Peach Blossom Island. That's above the East Sea, even further than Eastern Wilderness." He still had matters to attend to in Zhong State. "Little girl, don't worry, we have some manners in Zhong State. You can rest there." The old man seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's thoughts, so he said with a smile. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The feeling of being seen through at a glance was really terrible. However, the old man's smile deepened. He stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and nodded slightly. He seemed to be very satisfied. Kid, don't be unappreciative. It's your fortune to be chosen by our master, the few young men beside him said coldly. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of joke is this? This kid actually wants to refuse? Doesn't he know who his master is? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know. Humph, you guys, don't be rude to Big Brother Lin. Xia, Xingqian snorted. The few young men quickly responded. Yes, miss, we were wrong. The old man in front of them smiled. My name is Xia Jiyo. You can call me Elder Xia or Grandpa Xia, like Xingqian. Hearing this, the old man and the few young men's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Why is our master acting like this? Heavens! Who is this young man in front of us? How can he be so valued by our master? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Then I'll call you Elder Xia. At the side, the dark red dragon was also extremely shocked. Xia Jiyo, where have I heard this name before? He was very confused because he felt like he had heard this name before. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. All right, I'll disturb you then. Lin Xian also felt that it wasn't good to delay any longer. Therefore, he decided to leave with the other party. After all, Xia Xingqian was right. Who knew if Zhan Wuhan had left? If Zhan Wuhan was hiding here, then they would really be in danger. Then, the group boarded the spirit boat, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the sky. The spirit boat flew at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and Snow White little host stayed in the room. They were quickly recovering their bodies. After all, the previous battle had consumed too much of their energy, especially Lin Xian, who had suffered serious internal injuries. Even if he had treasures, he probably wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. He had no choice. He had used the great dragon sword soul multiple times, unlocked the 3rd level of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword's power, and even unlocked the seal on the sage's handbone. Every single one of them was a serious blow to his body. If it wasn't for his strong martial arts foundation and the fact that he had consumed a lot of treasures, he would have been dead by now. The dark red dragon said softly as he swallowed the treasures, Kid, be careful. That old man is too scary. Chapter 2367. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Then he lowered his voice and asked, What realm do you think he has reached? I don't know, but ever since I broke the seal, there are only 2 people who can give me this feeling. One is him, and the other is that old drunkard who used to be by your side. You're talking about Wine Lord? Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen how mysterious and terrifying Wine Lord was. Moreover, Wine Lord was the owner of the devouring sword. He could be said to be a peerless expert. Lin Xian didn't expect the dark red dragon to have such a high opinion of this old man. Most likely, the other party must be a terrifying, peerless expert. Fortunately, the only thing that made Lin Xian relax was that the other party hadn't shown any hostility, nor had they tried to pry into their treasures. In fact, the old man didn't even look at the sage's handbone. Even so, Lin Xian didn't plan to expose the secret of the dragon sword soul and the Qianji godly eyes. After all, these 2 items were treasures of heaven and earth. Even an invincible expert would be tempted by them. Therefore, it was best not to expose them. Just as he was thinking, the door opened. Xia Xingqian ran in. Big Brother Lin. Xingqian, why are you here? Lin Xian smiled and stood up. Xia Xingqian, on the other hand, carried a box and skipped into the room. Grandpa said that your injuries were too serious, so he asked me to bring you some medicine. Then, Xia Xingqian opened the box in her arms. The dark red dragon was a little disdainful at first because there were many treasures in the black earth. These were all things that they had snatched from the hands of powerful experts. However, when he saw what was in the box, he was stunned and screamed, What's wrong with you? Lin Xian was confused. The dark red dragon pointed at the item in the box and said excitedly, "Heavens, this is the supreme heavenly vitality ointment. This is the 9 Suns soul-refining pill. Damn, these are all good treasures." The dark red divine dragon was too shocked because these were all legendary spiritual herbs. "You know these things? Are they magical?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of these people before. The dark red divine dragon snatched the box over and said, "Of course I recognize it. This is the highest heaven essence ointment. No matter how severe your injuries are, you'll recover immediately after applying it." And this, the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill, was even more miraculous. Just 1 pill could heal an internal injury. "Brat, you're so heavily injured now. I reckon that even with the pills in our hands, you'll still need a long time to recover. But now, if you consume these 2, you can instantly return to your peak." "What? So magical?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the ointment Xia Xingchen was hugging to have such a miraculous effect. At the side, Xia Xingchen was amazed. "Wow, Xiaolong, you know so much." "Hee, little Xingchen, you don't have any more of this medicine. Give us some more." The dark red divine dragon walked over and grinned as it ate. Although what was in the box was enough for them, the dark red dragon god wanted to collect some. If he suffered any injuries in the future, it would be easier for him to recover. Xia Xingchen pouted and said, "No, Grandpa said that the dosage is more than enough for you guys." "Damn, is your grandpa an old monster? How can he calculate everything so accurately?" The dark red dragon god complained. Xia Xingchen said, "Don't talk about my grandpa like that." Fine. I won't say it. The little girl is angry." The dark red dragon god shrugged and began to apply the ointment. He consumed the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill. Lin Xian also applied the highest heaven essence ointment on his body. Instantly, he felt a cool and refreshing aura hit him in the face. All the bones and muscles in his body were instantly restored. How magical! Lin Xian was shocked. Beside him, the cracks on the dark red dragon god's body were also repaired. Seeing this magical ointment, Lin Xian consumed the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill again. Instantly, the medicinal liquid turned into a warm energy that circled around his body. "Big brother Lin, you should rest first. When the spirit boat lands, I'll come and play with you again." Xia Xingchen left happily. After closing the door, Lin Xian continued to hover. The art of longevity circulated in his body and absorbed the medicinal power of the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill. While Lin Xian was recovering, on the other side, there was a huge uproar in the 9 Li dynasty. When the people in the nearby cities saw the golden light disappear, the terrifying energy also gradually dissipated. These people couldn't help but go to investigate. When they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. The area within a radius of 500,000 miles was destroyed beyond recognition. The ground was filled with corpses. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air for a long time. Heavens! How many experts had died? They didn't know, because the aura of each and every one of those who died shocked them to the core. There were probably quite a number of peerless almighties. There were even more ordinary supreme experts. These people's faces changed drastically. What happened? Why did so many experts die? How terrifying! Someone saw the flying snake that was split in half on the ground. The corpse that was nearly 1,000 meters long lay there. It smashed the ground. What a terrifying demonic aura! This should be the flying snake. Isn't this the demonic beast of the Tongue family? Why is it here? Heavens! Could it be that the martial artists of the Tongue family were killed here? These people should be from the city, Lord Mansion of Qianshan City. Someone was shocked. These were all powerhouses of the big families. Exclamations sounded one after another. In the end, someone screamed that the people of the Tai dynasty were also killed here. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. Who was it that killed so many powerhouses? The news spread like a storm, and the entire Nine Li dynasty was in an uproar. Teng Jiajin was shocked and couldn't believe it. The city, Lord Mansion of Qianshan City, was even more terrified. The other major clans were all stunned as well. Others didn't know what was going on, but they knew. This time they had the city Lord Mansion of Qianshan City, the Tang family and the Tai dynasty. They had joined forces with the powerhouses of dozens of big families to kill Lin Xian. Before this, they didn't take it to heart at all, because with such a team, no one would be able to escape, let alone a young boy. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. They were all killed. The powerhouses of dozens of families and the powerhouses of the three big families were all killed. None of them returned alive. Was this something that a young boy could do? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a peerless mighty figure couldn't do it, unless an invincible king made a move. Could it be that there was an invincible king behind that young boy? These people discussed animatedly, not daring to believe it. However, when the news spread to the Tai dynasty, the imperial palace was shocked. Especially the people on the first prince's side. They were stunned and couldn't believe it. What was going on? All the people they sent were killed. Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible. The Empress roared angrily, causing everyone to tremble and kneel on the ground. Chapter 2368. Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible. The Empress roared angrily. Everyone trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. These people were indeed afraid because General Xianying was the Empress's younger brother. How could the Empress accept his death? Who was it? Damn it. Who was the one who did it? Just who was standing behind that kid? The Empress roared crazily. To be honest, she could not believe it. The people she had sent out this time were all elites. More importantly, the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhen, had also been dispatched. With Zhang Wuhen taking action, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be a match for him. However, General Xianying was killed. The war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhen, was nowhere to be found. This made her extremely shocked. Do a thorough investigation. Send out 1,000,000 troops. I must capture that kid and tear him into pieces. The news could not be hidden. The Empress and the first prince were shocked and furious. Meanwhile, there was an uproar elsewhere. Those who supported the first prince had gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, the eighth prince, who was the current crown prince, laughed heartily. The princes and elders who supported him were also very surprised. The reason for that was because this news was simply too shocking. They had seen Lin Xian before. He was once the eighth prince. Later on, when he was hunted down, they had secretly helped him. But who would have thought that the other party would make such a big news? Even General Xianying had been killed. Ha ha ha. I knew that Brother Lin would be fine. The crown prince was very happy. The surrounding elders were also astonished. How did that kid do it? It was definitely not him. There must be a mysterious force behind him. But I heard that the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhen, also went with him. He could not do anything to the other party. Heavens! Could the force behind him be able to fight against the war tribe? Many people sucked in a cold breath. But no matter what, it was good news for them. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were on a spirit boat, flying quickly. After flying for a few days, the spirit boat slowed down and descended. They had arrived. Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the others also stood up when they sensed this. Before long, the spirit boat landed. Lin Xian opened the hatch, and the group walked down. In front of him stood a towering mountain surrounded by clouds. Silver waterfalls hung from the mountain peaks in the distance, as if it was the Milky Way. He was surrounded by grasslands and spirit gardens in the distance. There were even a few spirit springs in the surroundings. Many rare beasts were also roaming around here. This place was simply like a paradise on earth. Big Brother Lin, we are here. This is the place. Xia Xingqin also ran over and tugged on Lin Xian's arm. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered the fairyland ahead. They arrived at Qingxia Peak. The scenery there was beautiful, and there was a large waterfall below his feet. It was like an enormous silver dragon, releasing thunderous sounds. While Xia Xingchen played with Lin Xian, Xia Jiao and the others entered the depths of the wonderland. Master, why did you bring him here? The old man behind him was puzzled. Although the little princess was indebted to him, it would have been enough to give him some cultivation, technique, manuals, or treasures. There was no need to bring him here. We don't even know his identity. If he exits in the future and reveals our location, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The old servant was very worried. However, Xia Jiao slowly turned around after hearing that. You don't know his identity, but I do. Master, could it be that this kid really has some background? After waiting for so many years, he is finally here. Xia Jiao's eyes lit up. I don't have much time left. It's time to make some arrangements. What? Master? Hearing this, the old man immediately panicked. Master, nothing will happen to you. You will definitely succeed. However, Xia Jiao shook his head. I know my own situation very well. That young man is incredible. Although he is young, his future is limitless. Is he really that powerful? Looks like I'm a little lacking compared to those saints and princes. He is not inferior. Believe me, it won't be long before he completely surpasses those people. Xia Jiao smiled. After all, he possessed the great dragon's sword soul. What? The great dragon's sword soul? You mean that the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack is in the hands of that kid? The old servant was shocked and in disbelief. He did not expect that the kid would have such a trump card. That's right, it was the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack. Xia Jiao smiled and nodded. The old servant was still a little worried. Even if he has enough talent and opportunities, we still don't know his character. Isn't it a little too rash to take him in so hastily? There is no need to test him. This is someone recommended by an old friend. There is nothing wrong with the person he recommended. Xia Jiao said, Moreover, I am not in a good state now. I am afraid that I can't continue to host. How about this? I plan to let him take over my position. What? Take over your position? This time, the old servant was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This news was even more shocking than when he heard about the great dragon sword soul. That was because the old man's identity was terrifying. Not to mention his strength. The matter that he was hosting now was enough to rule the entire Middle State continent. But now, the old man wanted to let a kid take over. This was unbelievable. Go and inform them that I have something to announce. Yes. The old servant hurriedly left. However, he was extremely shocked because he knew that something extremely big was about to happen. After the old servant left, Xia Jiao's eyes shone with a cold light. His eyes were as deep as the universe. Soon, a super teleportation formation appeared under his feet. Runes flickered as he was teleported away. Xia Jiao appeared in the ancient hall. He walked slowly with his walking stick. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone in the hall turned their heads. There were 7 people standing in the hall. One of them was the old servant from before, while the other 6 were peerless experts. Some of them were old, some were young, and some were middle-aged. However, all of them had an unusually strong aura. They were unbelievably strong. Take a seat. Xia Jiao walked to the front and sat down. He waved his hand and said, Phew! Only then did the 6 people dare to sit down. As for the old servant, he stood in front of Xia Jiao with his hands hanging down in a very respectful manner. I called you here today because I have something to announce. Chapter 2369. I called you all here today because I have something to announce. Hearing that there was something to announce, the 6 of them straightened their bodies. But in the next moment they were stunned, because Xia Jiao said, I plan to give up my current position. What? The 6 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their reaction was the same as the old servant from before. Why did Palace Master do this? Yes, Who else can take over your position? The 6 of them were shocked. Because this old man's status was too terrifying. No one could take over. They had already found a good candidate. Old Hua, Xia Jiu shouted. The old servant beside him stood up. He waved his sleeve, and runes flickered in the sky, condensing into a young appearance. It was Lin Xian's phantom. Then the old servant said, his name was Lin Xian. He had saved the little princess and was currently resting on Qingxia Peak. What let him take over? The 6 of them looked at the young figure in the sky in shock. What kind of joke was this? Letting a brat take over the position of palace master? They didn't dare to believe it. They even felt like they were dreaming. Xiajiu said, why? You don't believe my judgment? No. These people hurriedly shook their heads. It's just that it's too sudden. We can't accept it for a while. Even if we can accept it, we have to accept it. Xiajiu's voice became low, carrying a supreme pressure. From today onwards, this young man will be the palace master of our immortal palace. I won't interfere in immortal palaces' matters in the future. I have to prepare for the immemorial war. Immemorial war. Everyone was shocked again. Then the 6 of them raised their heads. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear. Soon, the nest of 10,000 dragons had been moving more and more frequently recently. They would probably appear soon. When the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the other 10,000 ancient races would probably appear as well. At that time, the 5 continents would definitely be filled with flames of war. It was still unknown whether or not the human race could withstand it. Therefore, you must assist that young man well. Yes, we know. The 6 of them stood up and knelt on one knee. Their expressions were very solemn. All right, you may leave. Xia Juyo waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 of them quickly left. Old Hua, Xia Juyo said, bring that kid over. Over here. Lin Xian was playing with Xia Juyo on Qingxia Peak. Suddenly, a white cloud descended from the sky and turned into an old servant. Grandpa Hua, why are you here? Xia Xingchen asked curiously. The old servant smiled and said, Master has some matters to discuss with Sir Lin. Please, Sir Lin. Looking for me? Lin Xian was surprised, but he still followed the old servant. Xia Xingchen sighed. Big brother Lin has left. DeLong, Xiaobai, you too can play with me. The little white monkey nodded happily, but the dark red dragon was depressed. When did it become someone else's pet? Up ahead, the old servant led the way. He and Lin Xian flew into the distance, clouds rising beneath their feet. Senior, why is Elder Xia looking for me? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Young Master Lin, when you arrive, you will naturally know. The old servant said indifferently. All right then. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he was extremely puzzled. This was also why he did not know about the conversation between the old servant and Xia Jiu. Otherwise, he would have been shocked, because Xia Jiu had seen through his great dragon sword soul in an instant. This was Lin Xian's biggest secret. The 2 of them flew and soon landed. However, there was no one around. The old servant led Lin Xian and quickly activated an array. Seeing the surrounding runes flickering, Lin Xian was shocked. This was because he realized that this was actually a super teleportation array. This kind of super teleportation array could teleport people very far away, even across countries. It seemed that this fairyland-like place was not the main residence of Xiajiu. Could it be that they were teleported to Peach Blossom Island? Lin Xian was puzzled because Xia Xingchen had said that her family lived on Peach Blossom Island and that she had accidentally come to Zhongzhou when she came out to play. She probably accidentally activated the super teleportation array and was teleported here. Otherwise, there was no other way to go from Eastern Wilderness to Zhongzhou in such a short time. When the light flickered and disappeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His surroundings had changed. There were ancient buildings all around, and there was a majestic palace in front of him that was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian did not know whether it was Peach Blossom Island or not, but he knew that it was definitely not Qingsha Peak. Lin Xian followed behind the old servant, and the two of them walked towards the palace. Soon, the old servant opened the door. "Young Master Lin, please." Lin Xian nodded and strode in. The old servant followed beside him. When the two of them reached the center of the palace, the old servant said respectfully, "Master, young Master Lin has brought you here. You may leave and close the door." Yes. The old servant left and closed the door. The light in the palace suddenly dimmed, leaving only Lin Xian and Xiajiu. "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "How much do you know about Zhongzhou?" Xiajiu asked. Hearing this question, Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not know what this had to do with him. However, he still thought about it and said, "I don't know much. I only know that the Zhongzhou continent is a continent in the true spirit world. There are 9 empires here, and they are the overlords of this continent. I'm not from the Zhongzhou continent, so I don't know the details." Hearing this, Xiajiu nodded. Yes, the 9 empires dominated a region and occupied a large area of the Zhongzhou continent. There were even great emperors in a few of them. But do you know that they are not the real overlords? Not the real overlords? Then who are they? Lin Xian was surprised. Xiajiu said, "Countless years ago, there were no 9 empires in the Zhongzhou continent. There was only one empire. It was not an empire, but an immortal empire." An immortal empire? Lin Xian was shocked. Yes, the Yuhua Immortal Empire. They unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. At that time, they were extremely powerful. They unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. Lin Xian was too shocked because the Zhongzhou continent was vast and boundless. He did not know how vast it was. Now, even if these empires were powerful, they only occupied a part of it. Even if the 9 empires combined, they could not occupy the entire Zhongzhou continent. But before that, there was actually a country that unified the Zhongzhou continent. How powerful was that country? The Yuhua Immortal Empire, Lin Xian muttered. Then he raised his head and asked, "Then why is this empire gone?" "It was destroyed. Even a powerful empire could not withstand the power of time. The Yuhua Immortal Empire made a shocking decision back then, but after it failed, it fell apart. The ancestors of the 9 empires were split from the Yuhua Immortal Empire. Even many families and forces in the Zhongzhou continent were once members of the Yuhua Immortal Empire. But in the end, they each established their own forces, empires, and countries." Chapter 2370. A portion of it remained in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's name. However, they were no longer called the Immortal Dynasty, but changed to another name. What was it called? Lin Xian asked. "Immortal Palace," Xiajiu said in a deep voice. Because the vast territory was long gone, only a dilapidated palace was left, so it naturally couldn't be called the Immortal Dynasty, but Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace. Lin Xian was surprised. Then he looked in all directions. He always felt that the other party seemed to have something that he didn't say. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Dynasty or Immortal Palace, it was completely different from the current dynasty. It had the word immortal in it. One had to know that everyone cultivated to become an immortal, but whether there were immortals in the world or not, no one knew. Even the great emperors didn't know. It could be said that whether immortals existed or not was the greatest mystery. But now, someone actually used the word immortal to name a country and a faction. One could imagine how ambitious the other party was. Moreover, what made Lin Xian even more puzzled was why the other party would say such a thing. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly his eyelids twitched. Could it be that the other party was from Immortal Palace? Senior, could it be? You guessed right. I am indeed from Immortal Palace. Moreover, I am the Palace Master of Immortal Palace, Xiajiu said in a deep voice. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. What? Immortal Palace's palace master. He had guessed that this old man was from Immortal Palace, but he didn't expect that the other party's identity was even more noble than he imagined. Immortal Palace's palace master. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, not weaker than the emperors of the 9 great dynasties. However, Xiaojio said that he didn't need to be surprised because soon he wouldn't be the palace master of Immortal Palace? Wouldn't be the palace master of Immortal Palace? What did that mean? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Because I plan to pass the position of Immortal Palace's palace master to you. What? Pass it to me? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? Immortal Palace had inherited the essence of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Now, the other party actually said that he would pass the position of Immortal Palace Master to him? What kind of joke was this? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party was joking. Senior, this joke isn't funny. Xiaojio stood up and said with a smile, Why? Do you think I'm joking? This is the first time I've met Senior, right? Why would Senior give me such an important position? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't believe it. Just because I saved Xia Xingqian? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible. Even if he had saved Xia Xingqian, if the other party wanted to repay him, he would at most give him some treasures. But to give him the position of Immortal Palace Hall Master, what was going on? Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy going on? Lin Xian couldn't understand. But in the next moment his pupils shrank. He stood there in a daze. Xiaojio said, Because you are very special. You have a boundless future. You have the great dragon sword spirit with unparalleled combat prowess. Wang. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was too shocked. How did the other party know that he had the great dragon sword soul? Or could it be that the other party had already set their sights on his dragon sword spirit? He didn't know. But at this moment he was extremely nervous. The great dragon sword spirit in his body could erupt at any time. Lin Xian even decided to use the black earth at all costs, although he knew that all of this wouldn't have much effect in front of the other party. But he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Seeing Lin Xian's nervous face, Xiaojio smiled and sat down again. Actually, from the beginning, I knew that you had the great dragon sword spirit. I even knew it before I saw you. What's going on? How did you know that I have the great dragon sword spirit without seeing me? What's going on? Could it be that the other party had the ability to predict the unknown? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Xiaojio smiled. Let me show you this, and you'll understand. Xiaojio waved his hand. Suddenly, countless rays of light condensed in the sky, forming a figure. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a flying sword, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was stubble on his handsome face, and a wine pot hung on his waist. Wine Lord! Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately exclaimed, That's right, this figure was Wine Lord. Of course, it wasn't his actual body, but a spiritual imprint. When Lord Alcohol appeared, he looked down and said with a smile, Little guy, we meet again. You've grown faster than I imagined. Wine Lord, where are you? I miss you so much. Lin Xian's eyes were wet. After all, this was his first master. I have important things to do now, so we can't meet for the time being. But don't worry, we'll meet again one day. Wine Lord said with a smile. Then he turned and pointed at Xiaojio. This is an old friend of mine. Trust him, he won't harm you. You've accepted the Immortal Palace and made it shine. I hope that one day we can fight side by side. The mental imprint wasn't long, so it didn't take long for Lord Alcohol's figure to slowly disappear. Lin Xian said quickly, Wine Lord, don't worry. I'll work hard to improve myself. One day, I'll stand side by side with you and look down on this land. Ha ha ha, good. I'll wait for you. Lord Alcohol laughed loudly as he completely transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Xiaojio said again. How is it, little guy? Now you know that I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I was rude before. Lin Xian was extremely respectful towards Xiaojio, because this was Grandpa Jiu's friend. Old Xia, how did you and Grandpa Jiu meet? Can you tell me about Wine Lord's past? We've known each other for a long time, Xiaojio said slowly. He couldn't remember exactly when they met. As for his past, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Your mission isn't easy now. Kid, are you willing to take over the Immortal Palace and become its master? Yes. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Since even Wine Lord said so, he naturally had to accept. Although he didn't know what he would face in the future, he wouldn't be afraid no matter what it was. Good. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Xiaojio heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his beard and smiled. Very good. From now on, you're the master of Immortal Palace. Senior, what do I need to do? Lin Xian asked. I won't care about the details. After all, you'll be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. But no matter what you do, you can't deviate from the goal of Immortal Palace. Xiaojio's eyes became extremely deep. A supreme aura rose from his body. Our Immortal Palace exists to restore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Actually, the ultimate goal of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was to ascend and become an immortal. So becoming an immortal is also our goal. Becoming an immortal. Restoring the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't a simple matter. It wasn't as simple as becoming a great emperor. One had to know that the central continent had long been divided by the 9 great empires. If one wanted to establish a supreme country, it was tantamount to starting a war with the 9 great empires. Just how much strength and courage did one need to be able to do this? Chapter 2371. Just how much strength and courage did one need to be able to do this? Moreover, the other goal was even more shocking. Becoming an immortal. What an elusive thing. Even becoming a great emperor might not be possible. However, since he had already agreed to do it and decided to do it, Lin Xian swore that he would advance towards these goals no matter what. After all, becoming a great emperor was his ultimate goal. Now the two didn't conflict. In fact, becoming the master of Immortal Palace could provide him with great help on his path to becoming a great emperor. After all, Immortal Palace had endless resources for him to enjoy. From now on, he would no longer have to be a rogue cultivator like before. Lin Xian knew how important it was to have a powerful faction as a foundation. Looking at those princes, the Holy Sun knew that it was hundreds of times easier for them to cultivate than him. But now, Lin Xian finally had a powerful faction as a foundation. In addition, with the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in the future. He just had to remember these 2 goals. Of course, there was another one, and that was to protect the human race. Protect the human race? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? If we want to restore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, we will definitely have to contend with the other great factions. Battles with the 9 great dynasties are inevitable. In the future, in order to compete for resources, we will even have to fight with those peerless great sects and peerless holy lands. But these are all battles between the human race. However, the human race isn't the only one on the entire continent. The 10,000 ancient races are incomparably powerful. Although they haven't appeared yet, it doesn't mean that they have disappeared. Now that the nest of 10,000 dragons is about to make a move, once it appears, the other ancient races will probably appear one after another. At that time, they would definitely start a conflict with all the human forces. No matter how we fight, we won't allow other races to rule this land. 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this name. What shocked him even more was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to make a move. Could it be that it was about to appear soon? As for the specifics, you can ask the other elders in Immortal Palace in the future, Xiaojio said. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. He asked, Elder Xia, if you let me become Immortal Palace's master just like this, will the others be convinced? He indeed had this worry. That was Immortal Palace. There might be countless experts inside, geniuses emerging in large numbers. Letting a brat like him, moreover someone who appeared out of nowhere, become Immortal Palace's lord. Those people would definitely not accept this. With me around, they won't be able to rebel, but they definitely won't be too convinced. How to convince them is up to you. This old man can't help you with everything. However, you have to promise me something. Senior, please speak your mind. Junior will definitely do it. This old man has lived for too long, and I don't have much lifespan left. I don't know how long I can last. Therefore, I hope that you can help me take good care of Xingqian. You must not let her come to any harm. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely protect Xingqian like a younger sister. You just have to protect her well. But I don't care if she's like my sister. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. What was the meaning of this? Hearing this, the other party seemed to have other intentions. However, Lin Xian already had Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Zhao Shui. Xia Jiu shook his head. This old man doesn't care about the matters of you youngsters. I'm handing Immortal Palace and Xingqian to you, so you can't make any mistakes. Don't worry, old Xia. This kid will definitely do his best. Lin Xian cupped his fists. However, he asked curiously, Senior, where are you going? There are still many things for me to do. The 10,000 ancient races are restless. I have to think of a way to intimidate them. Little guy, quickly grow up. We need you. The great dragon sword's power far surpasses your imagination. Only when you truly grow up can you truly help us. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that today's matter was only the tip of the iceberg. There were probably even bigger matters and secrets that the other party didn't mention. It wasn't that the other party was intentionally hiding things from him, but that he couldn't help with his current strength. Telling him would only add to his worries. When his strength reached that level, he would naturally know those things. This is the Immortal Palace seal, a symbol of status. You have to keep it well and not lose it. Xia Jiu took out a bronze square seal and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian received it carefully and then took a deep breath. This Immortal Palace seal was too mysterious. Although it was only a palm-sized bronze square seal, the power it contained made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Next, he gave an order to the entire Immortal Palace, stating that the position would be passed to Lin Xian. Logically speaking, such a huge matter would definitely have a huge ceremony. However, Xia Jiu didn't want to cause such a huge commotion. After all, the identity of Immortal Palace was a secret to begin with. Moreover, he did have more important things to do. Finally, Xia Jiu stood up and said in a deep voice, I'll give you another person. He can protect your safety. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Xingtian, come out. Wang. At the side of the hall, the space cracked open and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with a youthful face. His true age was unknown. However, he had a heavy aura that made it hard for others to breathe. Xingtian, he will be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. You have to protect him well. You have to listen to any orders he gives. Yes. Xingtian knelt down on one knee and was very respectful. Then he stood up and looked at Lin Xian, bowing slightly. Young master, no need to be so polite. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and looked at the other party. Xingtian was a very tall man. His bronze muscles were like a dragon. The power and pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than Zhang Wuhen's. Needless to say, he was definitely an exceptional expert. With such an exceptional expert protecting him, Lin Xian was very assured. Lin Xian, make your preparations. 3 days later, meet the people of Immortal Palace. I'll give the order now. Xia Jiu said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Xian left, and Xingtian also left at the same time. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian left, Xiajiu issued an order that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. Their Immortal Palace's influence was very wide and spread throughout the entire central state. Not only that, but they also had bases in eastern wilderness and southern border. Of course, everything was in the dark. Ordinary people didn't even know that there was such a powerful organization like Immortal Palace in this world. However, when the members of Immortal Palace received the news, they were all stunned. Chapter 2372. What? Immortal Palace Master is giving up his position to a young man? Heavens, did you make a mistake? What's going on? Is Immortal Palace going to change? Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for those elders, who were in an uproar. Many of them shouted angrily, "What right does a kid have to inherit the position of Immortal Palace Master? Moreover, it's a kid of unknown origin. That's right. He's not even a member of Immortal Palace. What right does he have?" These people were really angry. Those young geniuses were also very unconvinced. Even if a young man was to be chosen, it should be from them. An outsider, what's the meaning of this? These people argued fiercely. None of them were convinced. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Xing Tian back to the Green Hornet, Mississippi. When Xing Tian saw Xia Xingqian, he bowed slightly. Xia Xingqian was also surprised. "Brother Xing Tian, why are you here? By the way, Brother Lin, what did Grandpa say to you?" "Your grandpa passed the position of Immortal Palace Master to me," Lin Xian said helplessly. "What? Is this true?" Xia Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cherry lips formed an O shape. But then she clapped her hands happily. "That's great, Brother Lin. I was still thinking about what to do when you leave. Now that you've become the Immortal Palace Master, you can play with me often." Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This little girl's thinking is really different from ordinary people. At the side, the dark red divine dragon was also confused. "Kid, what's going on? What Immortal Palace Master?" Thus, Lin Xian gave a simple account of what had happened. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian's palace master was the Immortal Palace's palace master, it was shocked. When he heard that the Immortal Palace Master was inextricably linked to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he screamed and jumped up. "What the fuck? Kid, you've become the Immortal Palace Master?" "You know," Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Of course. How could he not know such a famous organization? Although it was no longer the real Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, it was still a huge monster. They weren't any weaker than the peerless Holy Grounds and peerless Great Sections. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was comparable to heaven and hell. "Brat, now that you've become a palace master, you're going to be rich in the future." "Ha ha ha ha, I'm going to be rich in the future." The dark red dragon god was very excited. With his relationship with Lin Xian, he was definitely going to be rich. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't be so happy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to become a palace master like this." "That's true." The dark red divine dragon stopped jumping around. Then he frowned and said, "If I hand over such a huge organization to you, the experts inside will definitely not be convinced." "Kid, what did that old man say?" Elder Xia said that other than the two main goals, he wouldn't care about anything else and would leave everything to me. He didn't care? The dark red divine dragon was stupefied. This elder really was bold, truly not scared that Immortal Palace would suffer internal strife and split apart. No one dared to split. Right at this moment, Xing Tian spoke coldly. All right, no one dared to split up. But what if those elders deliberately made things difficult for them? That old man didn't even show up? Lin Xian shook his head. They could only rely on themselves in the future. What the fuck? How is this supposed to be fun? The dark red divine dragon felt a headache coming. Although joining Immortal Palace would allow them to enjoy endless treasures, the current situation wasn't good enough. Both of them didn't have any foundation. If they were to join out of nowhere, even if they became immortal palace masters, those people wouldn't listen to them willingly. If they were to do something behind their backs, it would be difficult to manage them in the future. Xingtian, what would happen next? Lin Xian asked. There would be a simple ceremony. Although it wouldn't be that grand, it was still the handover of the palace master's position. Those elders would still come. How many elders would there be? Lin Xian asked. Those that were too far away wouldn't come. After all, they all had their own missions. There were probably a few hundred of them nearby. There would probably be even more young geniuses. In addition to the others, there would probably be a few thousand people. Those who would come were all elites. Normal members wouldn't be able to come at all. A few thousand people was already a lot. Lin Xian felt a headache coming. He was afraid that those people would definitely make things difficult for him during the ceremony. However, he wasn't afraid. Anyway, the position of palace master was handed to him personally by Xiajiu. Those old guys wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. As for the younger generation, he wasn't afraid at all. Since he was going to take over, Lin Xian wouldn't be lenient. He wanted to build an immortal palace that belonged to him. 3 days later, I'm looking forward to it. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian didn't come out. He cultivated silently and adjusted his body to the peak. He knew that there would definitely be people who were unhappy with the handover ceremony. Only by adjusting his combat strength to the peak would he be able to make a move. Fortunately, with the 2 spiritual liquids, his body had already recovered. Therefore, after 2 days of adjustment, he was completely at the peak. The ceremony wasn't held here. It was somewhere else. However, there was a super teleportation array on Qingsha Peak. The group quickly used the super teleportation array and left this place. Light flickered. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they frowned, because they realized that the ceremony wasn't as simple as the legend said. In Lin Xian's opinion, the handover ceremony was probably just to announce orders and worship the heavens and earth. However, he realized that it was far more complicated than that. In front of them were countless palaces that looked like stars. In front of these palaces, there was a vast plaza. The plaza was filled with people, forming a dense black mass. Their expressions were solemn and their auras were strong. They were like 100,000 mountains that pressed down in front of them, making it hard for them to breathe. The entire void was distorted. These people stood in the east, and north of them was an ancient altar. It was very large and pitch black like black jade. There were 4 heavenly pillars around the altar that emitted a desolate aura. The 4 pillars were carved with the 4 divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Not only that, the altar was even more desolate, as if it wasn't a dead object, but a living thing. On the ancient altar, countless experts were gathered together. The atmosphere was particularly solemn. Although those experts' auras were solemn, they were quiet and didn't make a sound. Lin Xian and the others came together and felt the solemn atmosphere. They immediately frowned. Xingtian was also very surprised. He didn't expect the ceremony to be so grand. "Young master, be careful." Xingtian reminded him softly from behind. The situation was a little unexpected. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. However, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 23:73. However, ordinary people might be frightened, but he had experienced many life and death situations. Therefore, although the commotion was frightening, it was not enough to scare him. "Let's go." Lin Xian strode forward. Xingtian was surprised because Lin Xian's performance surprised him. Under normal circumstances, even peerless geniuses, saints, and princes would be worried when they saw such a scene. After all, the people in front were all peerless powerhouses. Moreover, they were coming menacingly. However, the young man in front of him was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides. He did not dare to delay and quickly followed behind. As Lin Xian walked, countless powerhouses in front of him also looked over. Each of them was like a lamp that pierced through the void. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and there were even thunderbolts descending. Those people wanted to see what kind of person could take over the position of Immortal Palace's Hall Master. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with disappointment. That was because he was too young. Previously, they thought that he would be at least a few hundred years old, but now it seemed that it was beyond their expectations. Those people were all peerless powerhouses. They could see the other party's bones and fate at a glance. He was at most in his 20s. Even if such a person had cultivated since he was in his mother's womb, he would only have been in his 20s. How could he be the Hall Master of Immortal Palace? They did not believe it at all. A person in his 20s wanted to lead them? What a joke! That's right. Why would the Hall Master make such a decision? I can't accept it. I can't stand being commanded by a brat in his 20s. Those people discussed animatedly, especially the elders. Their faces were gloomy. Those young geniuses were also displeased. His aura was not strong at all. He was not as strong as them. If he can take over, why can't they? That's right. They could not accept it. Let him try it out. Let him know how powerful they are. The young geniuses were even more dissatisfied. Why could he be the Hall Master, but they could not? They decided that they would teach the other party a lesson later. All of you quiet down. At that moment, a cold snort sounded, and then everyone quieted down. That was because the voice was too terrifying. 6 figures walked out from the front. The auras of these 6 people gathered together, forming a world that suppressed the area. 6 protectors. These 6 people were the 6 people that Xiajiao had specially summoned. At this moment, an old man among the 6 said, "This is the Palace Master's decision. Are you going to go against it?" He didn't dare. An elder shook his head. "How could we dare to go against the Palace Lord's decision? It's just that we're not convinced." "That's right, he's just a young man in his 20s. What ability does this kid have? He dared to control Immortal Palace?" The other person said coldly, "Even if it was an order from the Palace Master, if this brat could not complete the ceremony, he would not be able to become the Palace Master." As soon as these words were spoken, Bouchara nodded and sneered. Indeed, the position of Immortal Palace Lord wasn't that easy. Lin Xian strode to the front, looked at the countless experts, and said in a clear voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I wasn't originally someone from Immortal Palace, but after receiving Old Xiao's favor, he had me take over Immortal Palace. From today onwards, I hope that everyone will work together to achieve Immortal Palace's goal." Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. His aura was stable, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. His voice shocked many people, because in such a huge scene, the other party didn't panic at all. This was really surprising. However, there were some elders who sneered in disdain. One of them, Elder Lingshu, snorted coldly. "Brat, it's a little too early to say that. It's not too late to say that after you pass the ceremony." "That's right. That's right." Many people were discussing. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What? From the other party's words, could it be that there's danger in the ceremony? There's a chance of failure. "Brat, do you think the ceremony is so easy to complete? Do you think it's so easy to be the Palace Lord of Immortal Palace? Let me tell you, even if you're strong and talented, you can't become the Palace Lord if you don't have the life." "What does this mean?" Lin Xian's frown deepened. Xing Tian's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice, "Elder Lingshu, the position of Palace Lord has already been passed on to the young master. We only need to carry out a simple ceremony." "Why do you want to use the ancient ceremony from before?" There were 2 types of ceremonies. The first was a simple ceremony, which meant that the position had been given up. The second was when the position wasn't passed on. The ceremony depended on one's strength, talent, and luck. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would still get the position of Palace Lord, but these elders still chose the most dangerous ceremony. It was obvious that they didn't want Lin Xian to be the palace lord. However, Elder Lingshu snorted coldly. We're just doing things according to the rules. If he can't even pass these 3 stages, what qualifications does he have to be our palace lord? What qualifications does he have to lead us? That's right, that's right. The remaining elders and young geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. You. Xing Tian's expression was gloomy. What? Do you want to rebel? However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. Then he stood out, glanced around, and asked coldly, If I complete the 3 stages of the ceremony, you'll be willing to acknowledge me as the palace lord, right? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. They didn't expect him to ask this question. What did he want to do? Did he really want to try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Young master, you can't. This ancient ceremony is extremely dangerous. Xing Tian, who was behind him, quickly reminded him. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It didn't matter. It seemed that these elders were very concerned about the 3 stages of the ceremony. He was just worried about how to intimidate these people. If this was a simple ritual, and he was just the new palace master arranged by the old palace master, he was afraid that these people would not be obedient in the future. They might even not care about him. If he completed the 3 stages of the ceremony, he might be able to intimidate them completely. At least, he could intimidate most of them. In this way, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Furthermore, his position as the palace master could be considered to be justified. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. Humph! Who do you think you are? How dare you try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Many elders and geniuses sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian asked in return, Why, now that I've dared to do it, you don't dare to let me participate? Are you afraid of something? You. These elders turned red with anger. However, at this moment, Elder Lingshu stood out and sneered. Good boy, you actually dare to participate in the 3 stages of the ceremony. You're too naive. You don't know how dangerous it is. Chapter 2374. All right, if I fail, I'll leave completely and never return to Immortal Palace. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Young master, you can't. Behind him, Xing Tianjiao exclaimed. Lin Xian's words had already been spoken. After hearing it, the surrounding elders and geniuses all laughed out loud. Elder Lingshu even sneered, because they didn't think that the other party could pass the 3 ancient sacrificial stages. Only the old palace master, Xiajiao, had participated in this kind of sacrificial ceremony. Countless years ago, the previous palace master of Immortal Palace suddenly passed away. There was no new palace master, but the various experts of Immortal Palace fought for it. In the end, they had no choice but to use the 3 sacrificial stages. A total of 5 peerless experts and 3 top geniuses participated together. Those people were all extremely terrifying, far beyond the imagination of these people. However, in the end, only Xiajiao passed. The others all failed. There were even 2 who were directly killed. And now, this young brat in front of them, an ordinary powerhouse, actually wanted to take this test? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, Lin Xian was fearless. If he couldn't even do this, how could he be the palace master of Immortal Palace? How could he lead this group of experts? Seeing that Lin Xian was determined to pass the 3 stages, Elder Lingshu sneered. Brat, you're courting death. You can't blame us. 6 protectors, please open it. Elder Lingshu said to the 6 figures in front of him. The 6 protectors sighed and discussed with each other. Then, their figures flickered and appeared around the altar. One by one, they formed seals with their palms, striking out mysterious runes and slapping forward. The black altar bloomed with incomparable light. It shot straight into the sky. Then a black waterfall cascaded down, slowly forming countless steps that led to the sky. The first stage was the stairway to heaven. The black stairway to heaven had a total of 99 levels. Only by reaching the top could one be considered to have passed. Among the 6 protectors, an old man said in a deep voice. At this moment, all of the elders and young geniuses cast their gazes forward. A hint of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Because just the aura alone was enough to shock them. They reckoned that even peerless experts couldn't reach it. Only an extremely terrifying person like the previous palace master would be able to ascend to the 99th floor. It could be said that the first stage of the 3 stages was incomparably difficult. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered as he looked ahead. Then he took a step forward and walked towards the black altar. "Young master!" Xing Tian exclaimed from behind. The dark red divine dragon said from the side, "Kid, be careful. This aura is very strange." Lin Xian strode to the ancient altar and stepped onto the black altar. In the next moment, he walked up the black stairs. When he stepped onto the first step, a shocking light erupted and countless black torrents rushed into the sky. A terrifying black ripple spread. Dao Qi spread out. A strong gale swept across, causing their clothes to flutter. However, these people were all experts. Despite the intensity of the storm, no one dared to move. They stood, as their eyes are Ashent, tease take you. Then he took a step forward and walked forward. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure in front of him getting heavier. The space around him condensed, trying to crush him. Humph! With this kid's strength, I dare say that he can only reach the 10th level at most. He won't be able to reach the 10th level. An elder snorted. But soon he opened his mouth in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had reached the 10th level in an instant. Damn it! How did he do it? Those people couldn't believe it. However, someone still said, just wait and see. The pressure will multiply after the 10th level. It would be the same for every 10th level. With his strength, the 20th level was the highest level. He would probably be seriously injured at the 30th level. If he continued to force his way up, he would probably be immediately eliminated. Lin Xian silently sensed the 99th level of the black stairs. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he didn't move. Instead, he stood on the 10th step and turned his head to look down. Today, I'll let you see if I'm qualified to become the master of a mortal palace. Humph, don't be so arrogant. We'll talk after you get up there. Those young elites snorted coldly. They were very unhappy that the other party was so arrogant. Those elders' faces were also gloomy, and none of them said anything. Lin Xian ignored them and turned around. In the next moment, the great dragon's sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. A terrifying dragon shadow rushed out of his body. What is that? Behind him, those elders and prodigies were all stunned. They cried out in surprise. Dragon, it's a dragon. How could there be a dragon in his body? Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded. The great dragon's sword soul fought against the 99th level of the black stairs. Buzz! The great dragon's sword soul continued to grow in size, covering the 99th level of the stairs. Lin Xian stepped on the divine dragon and quickly walked forward. The black stairs that looked like the stairs of gods and demons were incomparably sacred in the eyes of everyone. However, Lin Xian walked with ease. When he stepped onto the 99th level and looked down at his surroundings, the elders and prodigies below were all stunned. Their eyes widened and their minds went blank. Damn it, how did he do it? What is that dragon's shadow? Damn it, could that be a secret ultimate move that the old temple master gave him? I don't believe it. How could that kid be so powerful? They were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Some of the prodigies even suspected that the ancient altar had existed for too long and was broken. Indeed, they did not believe it. In an instant, a few prodigies rushed over. They also wanted to give it a try. If they could reach the top, it meant that the 3 stages of the test were indeed broken. Bang! 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 However, when they reached the 10th level, they vomited blood and flew backward. The highest among them reached the 20th level, but most of the bones in his body were broken. Damn it, that was terrifying. When those people came down, their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. The people around them were also shocked. The three prodigies were injured in an instant. It could be imagined that the ancient altar was not broken. However, the other party easily reached the 99th level. Moreover, he was unharmed. They were shocked. Could it be that the other party was destined to become the master of the immortal palace? Those people did not know, but they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely incomparably mysterious. Those elders were also silent. Elder Lingshu's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Humph! Don't be too proud. This is only the first stage. I don't believe that you can pass the second and third stages. The 6 guardians looked at the figure in the clouds, their eyelids twitching. Now, they seemed to understand why the old temple master insisted on passing the position to this young man. The other party's move was simply a miracle. They were completely stunned. The second stage, Jean Luanhui. Chapter 2375. The second stage, Jean Luanhui. The 6 guardians said coldly as they changed their hand seals again. Instantly, the 99% black staircase disappeared slowly. Lin Xian also came down from the clouds. He was still standing on the black altar. 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 guardians quickly formed hand seals. The black altar shook, and 6 black holes appeared around it. They spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious aura, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. These 6 black holes instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding elders and prodigies waited patiently. This second stage was very magical. It could make one fall into an illusion and reincarnate 100 times. If one's consciousness wasn't strong enough, they would probably be trapped inside forever. So, the faster one came out, the stronger they were. He set a time limit of 1 incense stick. If the 6 black holes didn't disappear within that time, it meant that he had failed. Just wait and see. This kid will definitely not succeed. That's right. Even such a terrifying figureback then was lost in it. How could this kid succeed? Those elders sneered. Elder Lingshu snorted as well, his lips curling into a cold smile. But the next moment, they were stunned once again. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't help but be shocked, because the 6 black holes on the black altar in front of them had disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Damn it! What happened? Why did the 6 black holes disappear? The altar couldn't have been broken, right? Impossible. Could it be that he passed? Heavens! I don't believe it. Who could pass in such a short time? His soul probably hasn't entered yet, right? These people discussed fervently. Even the 6 guardians looked at each other, because they had never encountered such a strange thing before. To be honest, this was also their first time activating the 3 views of the sacrificial ritual. All the scenes and reactions were performed according to the ancient books. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. But why did the black vortex disappear? The 6 elders were puzzled. They formed hand seals again and formed 6 black holes, enveloping Lin Xian. But not long later, the 6 black holes disappeared again. Lin Xian's figure appeared again. Seeing this scene, these people exclaimed, "Oh no, it must be broken." There was nothing they could do about it. They didn't believe that the other party would be able to break through it in an instant. However, Lin Xian had a helpless look on his face, because he had indeed succeeded. Of course, he had to thank his Tianji divine eyes. When the 6 black holes opened, Lin Xian felt as if 6 worlds were calling out to him. However, at this moment, his heavenly secret god eyes had also opened. The golden light quickly turned into mysterious runes, resisting the 6 mysterious worlds. It made him retreat in an instant. The faster one exited the second stage, the more powerful one was. Lin Xian exited the dungeon almost instantly. It could be said that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. However, this speed was too fast, so much so that it scared these people. Even these people believed that the ancient altar was broken. Damn it, I don't believe it. A few Zhangs clenched their teeth and stepped onto the black altar, ready to give it a try. When the 6 black holes appeared, the eyes of these elders went blank as they were pulled into 6 different worlds. The rest of the people waited patiently. Lin Xian also retreated to the side with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. After half an hour, the 6 black holes still hadn't disappeared. This shocked everyone. Half an hour was the limit. If the black holes didn't disappear after half an hour, it meant that they had failed. This meant that the black altar wasn't broken. The second stage wasn't broken either. However, what was going on with the other party? The 6 guardians made hand seals and removed the black vortex. Those few elders were still in a daze, and they were quickly carried away by people. The other party had successfully cleared the second stage. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was unreal. Elder Lingshu gritted his teeth and said, "No, he had to try again. Otherwise, we won't agree." Left with no choice, Lin Xian went up and tried again. However, this time the 6 of them made hand seals, and the 6 black holes didn't appear. Instead, countless runes floated in the air and condensed to form 2 words. Cleared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the ancient black altar had directly cleared the dungeon. This kid was too heaven-defying. They had the urge to vomit blood. The 6 guardian elders' mouths also twitched. It seemed like there was no need to test again. The other party should have passed the second stage. Next up was the final stage, which was also the most important stage. That was the immortal commanding constellation. This stage was extremely difficult. What was tested wasn't strength, soul, or talent, but fate. Fate was something that was extremely ethereal. No one in this world could say for sure. Perhaps even the great emperor couldn't say for sure. However, it truly existed. As for the third test, it was a test of this illusory fate. The black altar quickly condensed, forming a pitch-black immortal throne, emitting an ancient aura. It floated in the air. Lin Xian would sit on it. If he had the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be safe. If he didn't have the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be instantly injured. If it was light, he would be seriously injured and sent flying. If it was heavy, he would be directly squeezed by this power and turn into a bloody mist. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Back then, among the few experts who fought with Xiajiao, 2 of them were directly killed. There was no chance at all. That was a genius, but he was killed just like that. One could imagine how dangerous the third stage was. At this moment, even the dark red divine dragon was nervous. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Elder Lingshu sneered below. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently admit defeat. This way, you can still save your life. Otherwise, you will probably lose your life. Why do you have to give up your life for the immortal palace lord? It's not worth it for you. I advise you to obediently give up." Not only him, but the other elders and young geniuses also advised him. They looked very friendly, but in fact, they didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath and ignored these people. Instead, he turned to look at the pitch-black immortal throne in front of him. The first stage was the great dragon sword soul. The second stage was the heavenly secret divine eye. And what was the third stage? There probably wasn't anything that could help him. It seemed like he could only take a gamble on fate. Buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the black immortal throne. Turning around, Lin Xian slowly sat down. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Needless to say, he was also very nervous. However, he had to do this step. Buzz. Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne and felt a strange aura enveloping him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Everyone waited for 5 seconds and found that nothing happened. Chapter 2376. This was great. The dark red divine dragon was excited, and Xingtian was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would actually pass all 3 of the dangerous tests. It seemed like the old palace master's decision was indeed wise and heroic. Could it be that this youth was destined to become a mortal palace's master? Below, those elders and heavenly prides were also completely stunned. None of them dared to believe it. Damn it! He sat on it. He actually sat on it. He actually sat on it peacefully. No, this was impossible. I'm dreaming. They screamed crazily. It was because they really didn't believe that someone who had never joined a mortal palace would actually become a mortal palace's master the first time he came here. What kind of joke was this? How could they endure this? The 6 great protectors also looked at each other in dismay, their eyelids twitching wildly. Then they looked at each other, and all of them bowed forward. Greetings to the palace master. Greetings to the palace master. 6 people bowed. This scene really stunned the surrounding people. When Xingtian saw this, he also quickly called out to greet the palace master. When the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. What? Could it be that you want to rebel against a mortal palace? These elders' bodies trembled. Although the other party was only a young man, although the other party's strength was inferior to theirs. However, the old palace master personally gave up his position. Moreover, the other party had indeed passed the 3 tests. Logically speaking, he should be a mortal palace's master. Therefore, although they were unwilling at this moment, they still had to follow the rules. One elder after another, heavenly prides, all respectfully called out to greet the palace master. Damn it! Elder Lingshu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only cup his fists. Extremely unwillingly, he called out to greet the palace master. Seeing everyone greet him, Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne, having a grand ambition that could devour mountains and rivers. He waved his palm and said in a clear voice, Elders, you are too courteous. There is no need to be polite. I have just arrived. Although I have inherited the position of palace master, there are still many things that I do not understand. Immortal palaces' matters will be handled the same as before. You don't have to worry. Lin Xian said this naturally to make these people feel at ease. After all, these elders and heavenly prides had opposed him before. No, if he didn't promise these people something, they would probably feel uneasy. This would instead affect Immortal Palace. Since Lin Xian had already become the master of Immortal Palace, everything he did had to be done in consideration of Immortal Palace. Thank you, Palace Master. The elders and geniuses below also understood. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not hold it against him. Otherwise, they would have a hard time in the future. All right, there's no need to be so polite, Lin Xian said. 6 great protectors, what's next? The 6 protectors replied, reporting to the palace lord. The banquet is coming up next. Palace lord, please come this way. Lin Xian nodded. He stood up from the black immortal throne and walked forward. There was a magnificent palace in front of them. Everyone walked towards the palace. After everyone had disappeared, an old figure appeared in the empty palace. It was Xiajiao. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. Sure enough, this brat was destined to become Immortal Palace's lord. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword soul, he would also have the heavenly secret divine eyes? This was the will of the heavens. With a flash, Xiajiao disappeared again. No one knew what had happened. On the other side, the banquet was going on in the huge palace. It took a long time for everyone to disperse. Looking at the back of everyone, Lin Xian came out of the palace. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Xing Tian. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Young master, you're looking for me? Xing Tian appeared. Bring me the information of Immortal Palace, including the information of the members, our sphere of influence, and the various rules of Immortal Palace. Give it all to me. Yes. Xing Tian had already prepared it. He took out a storage ring, and the young master was inside. Lin Xian took the storage ring and nodded slightly. All right, go and rest. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes. Xing Tian left. Lin Xian also returned to his room. Then his soul entered the storage ring, took out a pile of jade scrolls, and quickly read them. When he understood the general information, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that Immortal Palace's strength was too terrifying, although they didn't have a vast territory like before. However, they were scattered all over the central state. They had people in all 9 empires. In fact, each of the 9 empires had hall. There were peerless experts there to suppress and organize all kinds of missions. It could be said that those people all held real power and had countless experts under them. They were very powerful. Previously, Xiajiu was unparalleled and could intimidate these experts. However, Lin Xian didn't know if he could intimidate them now. Lin Xian rubbed his head and exhaled. Although these people were unconvinced, they wouldn't rebel. After all, Xiajiu only gave up his position and didn't die. Even if these people didn't fear him, they would fear Xiajiu. Lin Xian didn't plan to touch these old guys. After all, these people were peerless experts, and there were even invincible kings. At present, they were too far away for him. Lin Xian planned to start with the young people. He couldn't order these old people at all. He had to establish his own foundation. Then the best goal was to recruit new people. It wasn't possible to recruit from outside. Therefore, Lin Xian could only set his eyes on these young people in Immortal Palace. Although these young people were also young geniuses and were unruly. Compared to those older generation figures, they were still easier to deal with. At least Lin Xian was confident. In the same price, he wouldn't fear anyone. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He first drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then stood up and walked outside. After washing up, Lin Xian went outside. Immortal Palace was such a huge organization, so they definitely wouldn't be too idle. After all, although they were powerful with many people, however, they also needed a lot of resources. Moreover, these people wouldn't wander around if they had nothing to do. They would rather cultivate than waste time. Young master, you're up. Xing Tian was still waiting outside. Lin Xian nodded and said, Give me an order. Give me an order. Have all of Immortal Palace's younger generation, unless there are special circumstances within the remaining 3 days, all of them are to arrive. The young generation. Hearing this, Xing Tian frowned. It seemed that the young master was going to take action. He said, I'll go give the order now. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he said, Young master, other than me, the 6 great protectors are also trustworthy. The 6 great protectors? I got it. If there are difficulties, I'll ask them for help. Lin Xian nodded. Xing Tian strode away to pass on the order. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Chapter 2377. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. On the side, the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, what are you sighing for? You're the master of Immortal Palace. You can do whatever you want when you go out in the future. It's not that simple. Although you're the palace master, you have too few people under you. Don't talk about doing whatever you want. You can't even send a message now. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, there was only Xing Tian under him now. There was no one else. Xing Tian was sent by Xiajiu to protect his safety, but now he became an errand boy. There was no choice. Lin Xian had no one else, so he had to quickly gather the younger generation. He had to quickly establish his own foundation of power. Although Xing Tian said that the 6 great protectors would do their best to help him, the 6 great protectors had their own missions after all. Moreover, Although using the 6 great protectors could suppress for a while, it wasn't a long-term solution. Lin Xian's order was quickly passed down. Those young geniuses who hadn't left stopped their journey. Those who had already left also hurried back. There was no choice. Although they were unwilling, this was the new palace master's first order after all. They weren't willing to violate it. These people hurried back one after another. In the 9 great imperial dynasties, those young warriors in the halls also moved when they received this news. What new palace master? He was just a brat. What was he doing? Those hall masters were very disdainful and didn't care. They also ignored it. Among them, a few young men also sneered. Let me see what this palace master looks like. I want to see what qualifications he has to lead us. 3 days later, when Lin Xian came out of the main hall and looked at the square in front of him, he was also extremely shocked, because there were countless figures standing in front of him. These were all young warriors of a mortal palace. They had talent and strength. More importantly, they had a mortal palace behind them. They had powerful resources and countless cultivation methods and abilities. It could be said that their future achievements were limitless. At the front, when the young martial practitioners saw Lin Xian come out, their eyes lit up as they looked over carefully. After all, this was the new palace master. Many young geniuses had seen Lin Xian before, but there were also many who hadn't. These people had all rushed over from other places. When they saw Lin Xian, who seemed to be even younger than them, they were all shocked. He couldn't even believe it. Too young. Although they knew that the other party was a young man, they did not expect him to be so young. Could such a person really lead them? They didn't know and were extremely doubtful. However, rules still had to be followed. Thus, at this moment, everyone shouted in unison, paying their respects to the palace master. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, the current scene had truly shocked him. My name is Lin Xian, Immortal Palace's new palace master. I believe some of you have already met me. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen me before. From now on, you will know me. As for how I became the palace master, you can ask your friends. I think they won't forget what happened that day. Upon hearing this, many young sky prides rolled their eyes. However, the other party was right. They would probably never forget the scene of that day for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a clear voice again, "This time, I've gathered you here to select a group of elites from you and focus on nurturing them. Select the elites and focus on nurturing them." Hearing this, these people were in an uproar. To be honest, they didn't expect it either. Previously, they only thought that the new palace master wanted to meet them, and they also wanted to meet the so-called new palace master. Perhaps they didn't expect that the other party would actually choose the elites among them. How would they choose? Would they compete? Many people were excited. After all, if they were chosen, they would definitely receive more resources. However, some people sneered disdainfully. Among them, a few people had contempt in their eyes. They were originally curious about what kind of person the new palace master was, but now that they saw him, they were extremely disappointed. As for the selection, they didn't need it. Of course, those who made these disdainful sounds were the elites of the 9 great halls. They were originally valued by the halls. In fact, some of the sons of the halls were here. They could tell at a glance what Lin Xian wanted to do. He definitely wanted to rope them in and establish his own faction. They were not interested in such a thing. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was looking at everyone's expression. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now let's begin the selection. There are a total of 2 stages. Do your best to break through. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, the great dragon's sword soul flew out and descended from the sky, forming a stairway with 99 steps. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. His heavenly secret divine eyes quickly rotated and emitted mysterious runes, forming a golden vortex. What? This is. When the young elites saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. Why does it look similar to the 3 stages of the sacrificial ceremony? 99 steps, 6 paths of reincarnation. Although there was only one golden vortex, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. That move shocked everyone. That's the new palace master? Judging from his aura, he's not very strong. But I didn't expect him to be so clever. Humph. The 9 people at the entrance of the great hall also snorted lightly, then sneered disdainfully. What's so special about that? He must have used some secret technique after becoming the palace master. If I become the palace master, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Ruffian Dragon, I'll leave the selection to you. Xing Tian, invite the sons of the 9 great halls over. They don't need to be selected. Don't worry, kid, the dark red divine dragon said with a smile. Xing Tian also walked forward and invited the 9 palace masters over. Lin Xian turned around and entered the great hall to wait. Indeed, the 9 palace masters did not need to be selected because their identities were not ordinary. If nothing went wrong, they would be the future palace masters. They were different from the others. Lin Xian wanted to meet the 9 palace masters alone. However, only 7 of the 9 palace masters came because the other 2 palace masters had special missions and did not come at all. So be it. Lin Xian did not care about the 7 palace masters. Among the 7 palace masters, some were tall and some were short, but all of them had a look of arrogance and confidence on their faces. Lin Xian had seen that expression on the faces of countless peerless geniuses before. Therefore, he did not care about it. When the 7 palace masters saw Lin Xian, they did not pay any attention to any special etiquette. Instead, they looked at him and scrupulously. A few of them even had a trace of provocation in their eyes. Among them, a handsome young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Is this the new palace master you chose? I think he's not even as good as me. Why don't you let me be the palace master? I promise I'll make the immortal palace shine. Chapter 2378. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Xing Tian, who was at the side, shouted angrily. Yang Jian, what do you mean? Are you thinking of rebelling? All right, don't scare me. Xing Tian, do you really think he can be the hall master? He's just a young kid who isn't as strong as us. Who can submit to him? This is a joke. I don't have time to play with you guys here. As he said that, Yang Jian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. The other 6 people sneered. They wanted to see what the new hall master would do. He was slapped in the face as soon as he entered. He's probably mad. However, the 6 of them were soon stunned. They realized that he was still smiling and didn't look angry at all. What's going on? Could it be that he's not angry at all? Pretentious. He must be pretentious. He must be furious, but he didn't show it on his face. The few of them thought. Someone else snorted coldly. So he's just a fool. Sure enough, after that, 2 more people sneered. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. As they said that, the 2 of them left. Now, there were only 4 people left. 1 pound. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the 4 of them. Then he asked, why, aren't the 4 of you leaving? Hee, we don't want to leave yet. A young man said with a smile. He sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. His expression was very relaxed. The other 3 also sat down. Don't want to leave? All right then. Lin Xian waved his hand and a cup of spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then he flicked his finger and 4 teacups instantly appeared on the table of the 4 of them. Phew! Lin Xian raised the glass teacup and poured himself a cup. Then he poured it into the air. The strange thing was that the tea seemed to be affected by magic in the air and instantly surged into the teacups of the 4 of them. Not a single drop leaked out. Lin Xian placed the teapot on the table and picked up the cup. Try it. This is a spirit tea that I specially made. It's very delicious. As he said that, he took a sip. The young man who had his legs crossed took the lead and took a sip. The other 3 took a sip and then put down their teacups. I'm a very easy person to get along with. Since we've drunk tea, we're friends. It was just that Kai didn't know how to address number 4. Hui Chen, the son of the 5th Hall Master. Chun Haoyu, the son of the 7th Hall Master. Lu Jia, the son of the 8th Hall Master. Du Shengwei, the son of the 4th Hall Master. Su Qin silently remembered their names and then said, "Tomorrow I'll invite everyone to go hunting." He hoped that all 4 of them would come. Since the 3 of them have left, I hope that the 4 of you will inform the others. Although they left today, I don't blame them. He hoped that they would come tomorrow as well. After saying this, Lin Xian stood up and left. At the side, Xing Tian followed behind. After they came out, Xing Tian took a deep breath. The first to leave was the 3rd Hall Master's son, Yang Jian. The 2 who walked behind him were the sons of Hall Master 6 and Hall Master 9. One was called Pei Yuan, and the other was called Xiao Hui. The 3 of them were in cahoots. Among them, the 3rd Hall Master was very domineering. He was usually very arrogant. Now that the old Hall Master had abdicated and the young master had just ascended to the throne, he would probably not take you seriously. 3rd Hall Master. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he came to the square again and looked into the distance. At this moment, those people were conducting the test in the square. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went back. There was no need for him to stay here. He just needed to let the dark red divine dragon report the results when the time came. As expected, when night fell, the dark red divine dragon came in. This kid took in a total of 500 people. Among them, more than 30 of them probably came with a purpose. They should be the spies of the various halls. As expected, they still made a move. Lin Xian frowned. Then he asked, "Are the remaining people reliable?" They were all reliable. They didn't have much of a relationship with the halls. Most of them were suppressed and couldn't survive in the first place. At this moment, we're providing him with an opportunity, so these people rushed over. That's good. Lin Xian nodded. Then he said, "Don't touch those spies. Just alienate them so that they can't come into contact with our core members." That was easy, the dark red divine dragon said. Then Lin Xian said, "Pick out the 200 strongest elites from the remaining 400 people. Carry out special training. As for the remaining 100 or so, let them train hard. Every month they would undergo a challenge. Those who could defeat 200 elite members would directly enter the elite group." Good idea. I'll do it right away. The dark red divine dragon smiled. Lin Xian said again, "All right, find me a few smart ones from these people. I'm really short on manpower." "All right, wait for me." The dark red divine dragon left quickly. Actually, it was very troublesome for him to pick people. However, Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation allowed him to see through all these people's experiences and characters. Therefore, he knew what these people were like and whether they were spies or not. "Xing Tian, help me lead those 200 elite groups. You must give them the strictest training." "Yes, young master." Xing Tian nodded. Not long after, the dark red divine dragon returned. This time he brought back 5 people. These 5 people followed behind the dark red divine dragon. They were very excited and nervous. They came in front of Lin Xian and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Hall Master." "What are your names?" Lin Xian asked. "Zhang Chao, Zhang Yan, Wang Bin, Lu Kai, Sun Shao." "Well, you guys can follow me for the time being." "Yes, young master." The 5 of them were excited. Lin Xian said, "Ruffian dragon, give them some instructions." "Come with me." The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws excitedly. 1 pound. Xing Tian frowned slightly. "Young master, although these people are very talented and loyal, they're still very weak. However, compared to the top geniuses, he was still a little lacking. Lin Xian nodded. Compared to the sons of the 9 hall masters, they were indeed a bit weaker. As for those who had strength and talent, they had long been divided up by the 9 great halls. The remaining ones were usually suppressed. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xing Tian. You know Immortal Palace well. Don't tell me that there aren't some people who come and go independently and are not restricted by any hall masters? Young master, there really are people like that. There are quite a few of them. However, they are very difficult to subdue. Previously, they only listened to the old hall master. The 9 hall masters couldn't order them around. They even tried to recruit them more than once, but they were all mercilessly rejected. There really are people like that. Give me a few of the younger generation. Xing Tian thought for a moment and said, Young master, why don't I give them an order and ask them to hurry back? Are they outside now? Lin Xian asked. These people don't have any missions. They're probably cultivating. All right, there's no need to ask them to come over. I'll look for them personally. Soon, Lin Xian left. Chapter 23:79. Whoosh! A black ray of light streaked across the sky and then disappeared. The full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking through the forest like a ghost. There was a huge waterfall in front of him, making rumbling sounds. A figure was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Beside him, there was a saber stuck in the ground. On the other side was a full moon scimitar. The surrounding space was strangely distorted, and even light couldn't pass through it. Buzz! Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and cut the waterfall in front of him. Who was it? Come out! Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared behind him. In front of him, the seated figure also stood up. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it cut through the void. However, he was blocked 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. There was an invisible force around him that blocked his terrifying gaze. Seeing this, the figure frowned. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are you Hui Dao? That's right. The figure in front of him answered coldly, and the light in his eyes became stronger, because he realized that the other party didn't answer his question. After Lin Xian got the answer, a smile appeared on his face. Very well. From today onward, you'll follow me. You're courting death. Hu Dao was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. He was a young expert of Immortal Palace. Clang! With a clang, the full moon scimitar beside him was pulled out. The surrounding clouds changed, and the sky lost its color. The terrifying blade light swept in all directions. A huge wave of energy slashed forward. Whoosh! When Hui Dao moved, Lin Xian also moved. His figure swayed and disappeared on the spot. The moment he disappeared, the space where he was standing was split into 2, and terrifying black cracks spread. Buzz! Hui Dao's saber struck the air and he frowned. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. However, so what? Whoosh! His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto his opponent on the left. In the next moment, the crescent blade in his hand slashed out again. It was as if a purple thunder had descended upon the world. Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out, and the full moon scimitar was blocked in midair. An ancient sword swept across the sky, cutting through everything. Who are you? Hu Dao furrowed his brows. His opponent was very strong. He was actually able to block 2 of his blades. This surprised him. One had to know that a casual slash of his saber could easily kill a mighty figure. Beat me, and I'll tell you. If you lose, you have to come with me and become one of my people. He was overestimating himself. Hui Dao coldly snorted. I only used half of my strength just now. Is that so? Then you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand exploded, emitting a biting, cold light. He took the initiative to attack. Chaotic Heaven, Destroyer Sword. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. They were like huge dragons as they swept across. Full moon blade technique. The scimitar in Huidao's hand seemed to have turned into a cold moon. It constantly crushed the void and rapidly bombarded the sword chi that filled the sky. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everything around them exploded. The tall mountain peak was split into several pieces. The huge waterfall spread out from the middle, and there was no more water flowing. The two of them fought fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. Demon Seal, Lin Xian coldly shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. The roar of a dragon and sword resounded. In the sky, countless sword chi appeared and spun nonstop. It was as if they were going to seal the entire world. Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. He felt a threat and immediately roared. Death Moon. With a slash, the blade chi from the full moon scimitar spun in the sky, forming a purple moon. The terrifying light swept across the surroundings like a real full moon. It carried a power that made one tremble as it resisted all the spinning sword chi. The two of them were evenly matched in this attack. Lin Xian was surprised. He was indeed one of the experts that Xing Tian had given him. He was indeed powerful. Hu Yidao frowned. Who on earth is this guy? Why can he block my killing move? He thought. Kill. He roared, and the aura on his body exploded again. Moon wheel. The full moon scimitar in his hand swept out. A huge moon pushed across the sky, shattering the sword chi that filled the sky. Battle song. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword shone brightly. The sword hummed continuously, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic sound appeared, making everyone's hair stand on end. The moon that was pushed over also trembled. Then, countless cracks appeared on it, sky-shattering. With another sword, the heavens and the earth lost their color. The terrifying full moon directly collapsed, turning into countless spiritual chi and dissipating. A terrifying sword chi rose from the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Feeling the terrifying sword chi, Hu Yidao roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone with a terrifying blade light. It shot into the sky, resisting the shocking sword chi. As the blade and sword collided, countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding ground was covered with tens of thousands of meters, wide canyons. The terrifying blade light and sword shadows enveloped everything within tens of thousands of miles. Ah, kid, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I let you see my true blade skills. Demon slaying blade. At this moment, Hu Yidao's aura changed. It was also extremely sharp and terrifying. Dense black energy surged from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a demon king. His shocking, murderous aura shot into the sky. As he slashed out, the black blade light was terrifying. It was as if a demon king had come out. Humph. Now, this is interesting. Seeing the other party's violent and cold, demonic blade, Lin Xian laughed. The great dragon, sword soul in his body roared. His eyes emitted a piercing light. Buzz! 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 The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand swung wildly. Its power increased exponentially. The sword swept out in all directions. In the sky, countless blade light and sword shadows collided, making sonorous sounds. Ah! 18 demon-slaying slashes. Hu Yidao roared angrily. His body quickly rose into the sky. He quickly waved the full moon blade in his hand. 18 rays of blade light rolled out like deadly blade energy, rampaging in the sky. Kid, go to hell. He roared crazily, wanting to kill the strong enemy in front of him. Buzz! Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the dragon's roar could be heard. The surrounding wind blew violently. Heaven and earth lost their color. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded. It turned into a giant sword that was 1,000 meters long. Lin Xian held it with both hands and slashed forward. Ah! Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved the giant ancient sword and slashed forward. The whole world was split open by the sword. Air waves rolled and slapped in all directions. There was a huge crack in the sky. Along with the ancient sword, it kept appearing in the surroundings. Boom! 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 18 rays of black blade light and the giant ancient sword collided in the sky, setting off a terrifying storm. Chapter 2380. Damn it! How could his sword Qi be so powerful? Hu Yidao's expression changed, and he kept retreating. However, the ancient sword was too terrifying. It directly crushed the 18 demonic sabers, and then pressed down on Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao roared and once again released a terrifying black saber light, forming a black moon in the sky to resist. 1, 2, 3. In the end, 9 moons rotated in the sky as if they were going to destroy the entire world. Boom! Boom! However, the sword was too terrifying. In the end, the 9 moons were shattered and turned into billowing demonic qi. Hu Yidao was once again enveloped. Phantom steps. At the critical moment, a black aura erupted from Hu Yidao's body, forming 2 black demonic wings that cut through the void. Relying on his superb speed, Hu Yidao finally dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Phew! He panted heavily, and his face was a little pale. Damn it, who is this person? His sword technique is so terrifying. His face was gloomy. He realized that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not bad, you actually dodged my sword. You're very strong and have gained my approval. At that moment, a calm voice floated from behind Hu Yidao. Buzz! Hu Yidao's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Damn it! When did the other party get behind me? Whoosh! He did not turn his head and slashed with his saber. At the same time, the demonic wings on his back brought him forward. Clang! The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and made a thunderous sound. Then Hu Yidao flew forward. However, his arm was numb, and the huge force caused the blood in his body to freeze. The sword suppressed the heavens. A terrifying sword Qi appeared in the sky, like a huge dragon that kept circling. The sword Qi that filled the sky turned into a sword diagram and pressed down from the sky. Get lost! Hu Yidao roared and slashed out saber light crazily, tearing the sky apart. However, he could not shake the sword diagram at all. Demon-destroying palm. With a roar, he held the saber in his right hand and slapped out a huge black palm with his left hand. Heaven and earth lost their color. There seemed to be ghostly wails and howls on the black palm as if it had flown out from hell. Boom! The palm hit the sword diagram, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings, and demonic qi spread in all directions. The sword diagram also trembled, and more sword light fell down and pierced through the black palm. Buzz! 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 Not only that, 18 sword lights descended like 18 heavenly swords, surrounding Hu Yidao in an instant. Damn it! Hu Yidao roared angrily. The saber radiance on his body was swift and fierce. He wanted to break out. However, he was blocked by the terrifying sword. You forced me. Trapped in the distance, Hu Yidao roared. Countless blades and flags rolled around his body, and a purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The power in his body was also increasing rapidly. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that. He did not intend to fight a protracted battle with his opponent, so Lin Xian instantly rushed over like a divine dragon swinging its tail. You want to stop me? Impossible, Hu Yidao sneered. The countless saber lights on his body formed a sphere that completely enveloped the space within a 10-meter radius. No one could break it. Buzz! Soon, Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. That was because the defense formed by the saber light in front of him was cut open by the sword. An ancient sword was placed on his neck. Whoosh! The aura that erupted from his body instantly froze. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. That sword was too fast and terrifying. If the other party had not stopped, his head would have been sent flying. "Why didn't you kill me?" Hui Dao asked with a frown. "You want me to join you?" "Impossible." "Kill me if you have the guts." Buzz. Lin Xian withdrew the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and said in a deep voice, "I am Lin Xian, the new Immortal Palace Master." "What? You are Lin Xian, the new Immortal Palace Master?" Hui Dao was shocked. He had naturally seen the announcement from Immortal Palace. He also knew that the old Palace Master had abdicated and that a young man had inherited the position of Immortal Palace Master. He did not attend the enthronement ceremony because he did not think that the other party could lead him. In his eyes, the only person that he respected was the old Palace Master. But now, the other party's strength had truly shocked him. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party was completely different from the rumors. Although he was young, his strength was undoubtedly at the top of the younger generation. "Follow me. I am in need of people now," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Good," Hui Dao said in a sonorous voice. "Your strength has convinced me. I have decided to work for you. However, if I can defeat you one day, I will leave your side." "Sure." Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. That was because he did not think that day would come. "Let's go." Lin Xian turned around and rushed into the sky. Hui Dao put away the full moon scimitar and followed behind. The two of them disappeared into the night sky, one after the other. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian were waiting. Xing Tian was a little worried. That was because he did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Could he defeat Hui Dao? But soon his brows twitched and he looked into the distance. Then he was extremely shocked. That was because he saw two figures in the sky returning quickly and arriving at the hall in the blink of an eye. "Young master." Seeing that Lin Xian had returned, Xing Tian walked up. When he saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, he was also shocked. "One slash you." Xing Tian was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. "After one slash, you will be one of us." Hearing this, Xing Tian gasped. It seemed that the young master should have defeated Hui Dao. However, the battle was over in such a short time. He dared not imagine it, because from the time Lin Xian left until now, excluding the time spent on the road, the battle probably took less than half an hour. He defeated Hui Dao in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That shocked Xing Tian. After all, Hui Dao was a top elite. It seemed that the young master's strength was far beyond his expectations. "Okay, let's take a rest. We still have important things to do tomorrow." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xing Tian gave him 3 people, one of whom was Hui Dao. Now he had subdued him. As for the other 2, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. That was because he did have other things to do tomorrow. After settling tomorrow's matter, he would take the other 2 as his subordinates. The night passed. The next day the sun rose. Lin Xian stood in the void, inhaling and exhaling purple clouds and qi while cultivating. When the purple clouds disappeared, he returned, washed up, and had breakfast. The breakfast he had was naturally not an ordinary one. The rice was made of top-grade spiritual herbs. It was hard to find even one outside. In the past, Lin Xian could not eat such a meal because it was too extravagant. Chapter 2381. After eating a bowl of rice, Lin Xian felt that the qi and blood in his body were surging like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely with endless power. How extravagant! Lin Xian also sighed. Previously, he knew that the people of these major forces and sects had powerful resources. However, when he really came in, he realized that they were even more extravagant than he imagined. He guessed that the disciples of the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were treated like this since they were young. Thinking about those things that he fought desperately for, Lin Xian really felt that cultivation was not easy. After Lin Xian finished eating, on the other side, Xing Tian and Hui Dao also arrived. Young master, everyone is ready. They're all waiting outside. Xing Tian said, Emon, let's go out. Lin Xian nodded. Young master, it's fine if you bring those people to hunt, but why do you have to invite the sons of the 9 hall masters? They won't be able to rope them in. Hui Dao was puzzled. Indeed, the 9 people had different identities, and they would inherit the hall in the future. However, Lin Xian smiled. Who said that I'm trying to rope them in? Then why did I invite them? It's very simple to establish my authority, Lin Xian said indifferently and walked forward. Hearing this, Hui Dao and Xing Tian's pupils constricted. They seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was going to do. However, their hearts were beating wildly. It was not easy to make an example of the sons of the hall masters. If they did not handle it well and caused the dissatisfaction of the 9 great halls, things would be difficult. However, the 2 of them were relieved that the old hall master was still there. They were afraid that no one would dare to rebel. At most, it would cause some dissatisfaction. Therefore, the 2 of them followed Lin Xian outside. Outside, the 500-year-old martial artists who were selected yesterday were standing there. Lin Xian looked at those people and waved his hand. Let's go. Qixia Mountain. It was a continuous mountain range nearby. There was abundant spirit energy and many monsters, including ordinary small monsters and giant monster kings. It could be said that this was a very suitable place for hunting. Of course, only the strong could hunt. The weak martial artists would probably become lunch for these demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others landed on the western gorge mountain from the sky. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura they exuded shocked all the demonic beasts. The ordinary demonic beasts immediately fled. In addition to the 500 people brought by Lin Xian, there were also many young martial artists at the 9 halls. 6 of the 9 hall masters' sons had also come. This surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that other than the 2 who couldn't come because they had a mission, only Yang Jian didn't come out of the 7 who came yesterday. At this moment, these people gathered together to chat and exchange information. Many people were even guessing what was going to happen next. That was because they didn't think that the other party had asked them to come here just for a simple hunting trip. Among them, Hui Chen and the rest were also gathered together to chat and laugh. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. However, when they looked ahead and saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that Hui Dao would also come and stand behind the new temple master. It can't be. Isn't this guy very arrogant? He has always been a loner and doesn't even pay attention to the 9 halls. Why is he standing behind that kid today? Pay attention to your words. Don't let others hear you. You should call him temple master now. All right, give him face and call him temple master. These people were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, they were extremely surprised by Hui Dao's appearance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Behind him, Xing Tian whispered, Young master, Yang Jian hasn't come yet. Don't worry about him. When it's about time, we'll start. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Xian found that no one else came. He stood up and waved his hand. Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes over. The main reason I called everyone here today is to hunt. Everyone is the young genius of Immortal Palace, the top elites. In the future, they will all be pillars of Immortal Palace. I just came to Immortal Palace and hope to have a chance to interact with everyone. Therefore, I held this hunt. I hope that we can work together in the future to build Immortal Palace. If you have any requests or suggestions, you can tell me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. Just treat me as your friend. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. It seemed that he didn't treat himself as the master of a mortal palace at all. Instead, he spoke to these people with a very equal status. The people that Lin Xian called over were extremely excited. They were existences that had been suppressed before. When had they ever been valued so much? Moreover, this new temple master looked very amiable, which made them very excited. However, those people at the 9 halls didn't say anything. They naturally knew that the other party was doing this to win people's hearts. Among them, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who had a good relationship with Yang Jian, snorted disdainfully. A hint of disdain appeared in their eyes. What was the use of roping in those people? Those were people that their halls didn't want. Although they were elite geniuses outside, they were too ordinary in a mortal palace. These people couldn't compare to the geniuses and elites of their 9 halls at all. It seemed that this temple master was really trash. He could only pick up people that the 9 halls didn't want. In front, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He continued to speak in a clear voice. Although today is a hunt, let's have a little excitement. It was morning now, and the sunset was already the boundary. Before sunset, whoever hunted the most powerful demonic beasts and had the most numbers would be the winner. Then, whoever got first place would be the winner. As for the winner, there will be a reward. The reward will be a heaven-tier cultivation method and a sub-heaven-tier artifact. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes of those young martial artists blossomed with shocking light. Heaven-tier cultivation method, sub-heaven-tier artifact. Heavens, they were extremely shocked. Although they were all members of a mortal palace and were geniuses. However, heaven-tier cultivation methods and sub-heaven-tier artifacts weren't cabbages. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. A mortal palace had a complete system of ranks and contribution points. When your cultivation strength broke through and reached the corresponding rank, you could cultivate the corresponding cultivation method. You could obtain the corresponding medicinal pills and weapons. In addition, if you wanted to skip ranks to exchange, you would need to use contribution points. The various missions issued by Immortal Palace were used to obtain contribution points. Once you accumulated enough contribution points, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could still obtain a high-level cultivation method. Therefore, although these young geniuses and elites were powerful, they were only cultivating Earth-tier cultivation methods. The highest was also peak Earth-tier. As for Heaven-tier cultivation methods, perhaps only Hui Chen and Pei Yuan, these kinds of hall children, were qualified to cultivate them. As for sub-heaven-tier artifacts, perhaps even Hui Chen and Pei Yuan didn't have them. Even Xing Tian and Hu Yidao at the back sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "One blade, you can also participate." "Young master, then I won't be polite." Hu Yidao grinned. Chapter 2382. Forget it, I won't join in the fun with them. Xing Tian shook his head. Don't look at how young he looked. In reality, he didn't belong to the younger generation. If he wanted to take action, he would definitely be the first. Probably Hu Yidao couldn't compare to him either. But in that case it would be useless. He knew that Lin Xian's goal was to stimulate these people through this hunt, this kind of top-notch reward. These few days, Lin Xian's behavior greatly shocked Xing Tian. Although this youth in front of him was young, his strength was valiant and his methods were also impressive. He had just become Immortal Palace's lord, but he acted very close without any airs. Now, the scene of the hunt even more displayed his forthrightness and magnanimity, a generous reward for his subordinates. This was the perfect image of the palace master in everyone's hearts. Just as everyone was excited, a burst of applause suddenly sounded in the distance. Worthy of being the new palace master. Really a good method of roping people in. However, these people that you gathered are a bit of trash. All of them are not wanted by our 9 great halls. Our 9 great halls, elite geniuses, aren't what you can pull away with your little favors. When this voice came out, everyone's expressions changed. The 500 martial artists that Lin Xian recruited were immediately enraged. each and every one of them glaring, emitting biting cold killing intent from their bodies. The people at the 9 great halls looked like they were watching a show. Hui Chen and the others even had a playful look on their faces. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, while Xing Tian and Hui Dao frowned, looking at the sky. Damn it, who was it? Daring to cause trouble here. The dark, red, divine dragon also gritted his teeth in anger. The next moment, they were stunned. The killing intent that those 500 people released previously instantly froze, because they discovered that a figure walked over from the distance. The other party stepped in the air, abnormally tall figure like a fiend god. Yang Jian, the son of the 3rd Hall Master. Moreover, his strength was powerful, one of Immortal Palace's top heaven's prides. Therefore, those people below only dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. Yang Jian, stop talking nonsense. Xing Tian shouted coldly. Nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Every word I said is the truth. Yang Jian stood in the void, looking disdainfully in all directions, extremely domineering. The people from the 3 halls naturally sneered. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also harumphed coldly. However, Hui Chen and the others did not agree. Although they were all part of the 9 great halls, their relationship with Yang Jian was also just ordinary. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any ill intentions towards them. They felt that this new palace master's attitude was quite good. Therefore, at this moment, they did not help either of them and looked like they were watching a show. Yang Jian looked down from the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, he was stunned. He didn't expect Hu Yidao to show up and stand behind him. Damn it, what's going on? Yang Jian was puzzled because Hu Yidao was an extremely arrogant person. He didn't even give face to the 9 great halls. Why was he standing behind him? Of course, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he thought that it was the old palace master's arrangement. Therefore, Yang Jian sneered. Hu Yidao, why are you siding with him too? When did your eyesight become so bad? Humph. Hu Yidao harumphed coldly and ignored him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party was still as arrogant as ever. However, it was just what he wanted. Today's hunt wasn't his real goal, and the reward was just a casual one. His real goal was to establish his authority. Originally, he was still thinking that if Yang Jian didn't come, who would be the best candidate for the remaining hall disciples. However, there was no need to think about it now. The other party was here. Yang Jian was powerful and had an extremely high status, but he was also incomparably arrogant. He was the best candidate to establish his authority. The other party was so arrogant and didn't put him, the palace master, in his eyes. It could be said that he was offending his superiors and had already violated the Immortal Palace's rules. Not only that, the other party even despised and humiliated the newly recruited martial artists, which could be said to have aroused the anger of the crowd. Among the other halls, probably only Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan supported Yang Jian. It could be said that they were in the minority. Therefore, even if Lin Xian took action later, there probably wouldn't be too many people supporting him. After all, whether it was in terms of numbers or rules, the other party didn't have the advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't take action immediately, because he felt that it wasn't the time yet. At this moment, in the sky, Yang Jian spoke again. How is it, new palace master? I'm not too late, right? It's not too late. Lin Xian nodded. Since you're here, come down and prepare to hunt together. If you can get first place, the reward is yours. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. Among them, Pei Yuan sneered. Would Brother Yang care about that little reward? Xiao Hui sneered. This palace master isn't very good. He's not even angry. It seems that Brother Yang is more dignified. I think Brother Yang is more suitable to be the new palace master. The others were also discussing. because they felt that Lin Xian seemed to be a little too tolerant and didn't even have a trace of anger. This shouldn't be. Even Hui Chen and the others frowned. Young master, do you want me to teach him a lesson? At the back, Xing Tian quickly asked. At the side, Hui Dao was also puzzled. Because he had fought with Lin Xian before, he naturally knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. He was probably stronger than Yang Jian. But why does he have to swallow his anger? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No need, I'll deal with him later. Let's start the hunt first. Yes, I know. Xing Tian retreated, while Lin Xian looked forward and said loudly, Now the hunt begins. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited and moved quickly. They even forgot about their previous displeasure. Those people rose into the air one after another and flew in all directions. Qixia Mountain was very vast, and the mountains were millions of miles long. At a glance, it was all dense forest. Towering trees rose one after another. There were also many monsters inside, but at this moment they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and fled quickly. After all, this was only the periphery, and there were only some small monsters. Those people also quickly flew inside. Haha, let's go hunt. They won't be able to touch a single hair. Yang Jian laughed and left with the people of the 3 halls. Next to him were Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan. The 2 of them also brought the people of their respective halls. The group of people moved in a grandiose manner, forming a sizable force, just like the kings of Buddha Mountain. Let's go too. Hui Chen and the others also laughed. Among them, Hui Chen took out a big black bow. I haven't used my sky frost bow for a long time. Damn, you even brought this treasure here? The few people next to him were surprised. This bow was made with the bones of an 8-star monster king. It could be said that it was a peerless treasure bow. You're cheating. Hee hee, I also brought my sky-splitting panther bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Chapter 2383. Hee hee, I've also brought my flying leopard bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others also rose into the air. The dark red dragon followed them from the side board. From time to time, it would catch a few small beasts, spit out dragon flames, and roast them. Uft! Damn it! Why do rabbits smell like chicken? The dark red dragon spat its saliva wildly. With the stimulation of Lin Xian's reward, the warriors were abnormally excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. From tens of thousands of miles away, there were occasional rumbles, tremors, and lights that filled the sky. Of course, there were also countless roars. Those were the roars of the beasts. Buzz! In front of them, there was an earth-shattering roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Obviously, it had alarmed a powerful demon king. Kill! Everyone attacked, wanting to kill the powerful demon king. Boom! 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 The demon king was a giant python. Its body was a few thousand meters long when it stood up. Its huge head was extremely terrifying as it spewed poisonous gas all over the sky. However, in the next moment, it exploded. In the sky, Yang Jian held a large purple bow with both hands and shot an arrow. It killed the terrifying demon king directly. The scene was extremely shocking. The sky full of bloody mist exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the forest. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood in the air like a god fiend, laughing at the sky. Young Master Yang is mighty. Young Master Yang is awesome. The martial artists at the entrance of the 3 halls congratulated him one after another. That's nothing. It's just a 7-star demon king. I can kill it easily, Yang Jian said disdainfully. Then he looked at Lin Xian with a provocative gaze. However, to his disappointment, Lin Xian looked calm and did not show any signs of anger. Yang Jian should have been smug. That was because he had already crushed the new temple master, and the latter did not even dare to be angry. However, for some reason, when he saw Lin Xian's calm gaze and expression, Yang Jian felt as if he had punched cotton and could not exert any strength. Humph, pretentious brat. Let's see how long you can endure. Yang Jian snorted coldly in his heart. He decided to increase the intensity of his provocation. He did not believe that the other party could remain so calm. Therefore, in the next moment, Yang Jian did not set off again. Instead, he turned around and looked into the distance. At the same time, he gathered all his strength and said in a clear voice, "Palace Master, what's wrong? Are you just going to watch and not do anything? Our brothers still want to see how good your skills are." As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him. Hui Dao had already left Lin Xian's side to hunt the powerful demon kings. At this moment, only the dark red dragon and Xing Tian were left beside Lin Xian. When the two heard this, their faces turned gloomy. This was especially so for the crimson divine dragon. It gnashed its teeth in anger, wanting nothing more than to grab the other party and roast him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled faintly. However, what's the point of just hunting demonic beasts? Why don't the two of us compete? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Yang Jian was also overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to provoke the other party, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to say such words. He was really dead. He did not know how strong the other party was. However, he was very confident in his own strength. He was one of the top prodigies in the Immortal Palace. There were not many among the younger generation who could defeat him. So what if the other party was the palace master? If the other party was not strong enough, it would still be useless. Today he was going to suppress the new palace master in front of everyone. He was going to show everyone who was the true prodigy of the younger generation. All right, since the palace master has spoken, how can I not obey? Yang Jian laughed out loud. Then he flew forward with billowing smoke. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He naturally had his reasons for doing so, because he felt that it was about time to make a move. When the other party was extremely arrogant, he would let the other party know what it meant by extreme joy begets sorrow. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and he also followed. He did not take out any weapon. Instead, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body and formed a large green bow. In terms of archery, Lin Xian did not think that he would lose to anyone. In fact, if he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would not even be able to catch a hare. However, he was not here to show off his archery skills. Therefore, he was hiding most of his strength. His performance was ordinary, which was the standard of an ordinary prodigy. Buzz! In the distance, an angry roar sounded. Then, a black demonic shadow rushed out. Endless demonic aura surged, and a huge creature rose into the sky. It was at least a few thousand meters tall. It spread its wings and covered the entire sky like dark clouds. It was a huge black eagle. It was extremely terrifying. It had 2 heads, and its wings seemed to be made of black iron. It was extremely sharp. With a light shake, it shattered the void. The huge eagle was obviously enraged. At this moment, it spread its arms, bringing with it countless demonic winds that swept in all directions. Not good, run! Many warriors retreated, hiding in the distance, drew their bows, and attacked. In an instant, countless rays of light flew into the distance, like shooting stars. However, they were directly blasted away by the black, 2-headed, demonic eagle's wings. The feathers on its body were abnormally sharp. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate it at all. It was a peak 7-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying. As a result, many people were flustered, and some were even injured. Good stuff. It's very nutritious after eating it. The dark red dragon looked at the black 2-headed demonic eagle in the sky and drooled. It swung its tail and was about to attack. However, it was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Don't mess around. I'm planning. Don't ruin it. It's easy if you want to eat demonic beasts. I'll get you a few dozen later. All right, kid, you said it yourself. You have to roast them for me, personally. The dark red dragon was very interested in Lin Xian's cooking. Hearing that, Lin Xian was speechless. He shook his head, but still said helplessly, "All right, you'd better stay here obediently. I'm going to reel in the net soon." It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. The dark red dragon grinned and watched from the side. The two of them were transmitting their voices, so even Xing Tian, who was at the side, did not know that Lin Xian was going to make a big move. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the behemoth in the sky. Whoosh! He stopped and raised his hand to draw his bow. A green arrow flew out like a shooting star into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collision caused a colossal object to explode with a loud bang. Terrifying air waves rolled, and thunder fell in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. This attack directly pierced through the two-headed demonic eagle's wings, bringing about a large amount of blood mist. Seeing this scene, the warriors of a mortal palace in the distance all looked over. When they saw that it was Lin Xian who attacked, they were all shocked. Meanwhile, the 500 warriors exclaimed, "Temple Master is so powerful." Chapter 2384. Indeed, they could see that the longbow in Lin Xian's hand was not a treasure weapon, but one condensed with spiritual power. In other words, he could still injure the terrifying Demon King with one arrow even without the enhancement of a weapon. Indeed, it was surprising. Not far away, Pei Yuan sneered. "That's nothing. It's just average. He's worse than me. He's far worse than Brother Yang. Just wait and see. Brother Yang must have killed this Demon King." Xiao Hui also sneered at the side. Sure enough, Yang Jian narrowed his eyes when he saw that scene. "You have some strength, but it's nothing in front of me." He snorted coldly and drew the purple longbow in his hand. The purple longbow had an extraordinary origin. It was refined from the tendons of a purple flood dragon and was extremely terrifying. It could split mountains and rivers with a light wave. It even carried a strong pressure. It could be said to be a peerless treasure. Sure enough, as soon as he drew the bow, the surrounding wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. There was even the phantom of a flood dragon appearing in the surroundings, roaring ferociously and letting out waves of roars. As soon as this phenomenon appeared, everyone was shocked. Heavens, Yang Jian is too terrifying. He's actually a flood dragon. What kind of longbow is that? Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than the Temple Master? Many people discussed animatedly. The martial artists of the 3 halls were even more proud. That's because young Master Yang is a top expert. Not everyone could compare to him. That's the purple demon flood dragon bow, right? I didn't expect Yang Jian to be so well prepared. Hui Chen and the others also frowned. Even the light of the bows in their hands was somewhat dim. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he saw that scene. He did not expect Yang Jian to have a treasure in his hands. However, that was better. The higher the other party stood, the harder he would fall. The more intimidating it would be to everyone. However, he felt that it was not enough. The other party was arrogant, but he was not angry at all. He had to give the other party some anger. Impulse was the devil. Only by making the other party lose his mind could he do something outrageous. That way, it would be easier for him to make his move. Therefore, in the next moment, he also drew the green longbow in his hand, condensing countless green rays of light. The Temple Master was also about to make his move. Many people exclaimed. At this moment, they all stopped hunting and looked over. That was because they wanted to see if it was Yang Jian who was more powerful or the Hall Master who was more powerful. Yang Jian naturally saw this scene and immediately sneered disdainfully. Then he released his hand. The purple light turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and rushed out, bringing with it the power of wind and thunder, as well as a terrifying roar. "You want to compete with me?" He was too inexperienced. Yang Jian coldly snorted. However, he soon frowned, because the purple arrow he shot out was knocked away by someone in midair, deviating from its original trajectory. Originally, This arrow was aimed at the heart of the two-headed demon eagle in the sky. However, this time it only hit the other party's wings, causing a slight injury. Damn it! It's that guy. Yang Jian looked at Lin Xian. That was because he realized that his opponent's arrow had hit him and deviated. Oh, sorry, I bumped into you. Lin Xian shrugged, looking apologetic. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, this only made him even angrier. Damn guy! How dare he go against me? He's courting death. He was really angry. He originally wanted to show off his skills. He wanted to show off in front of everyone. However, he did not expect that the other party would disrupt his plan. That was intolerable to him. At this moment, he did not care about Lin Xian's identity as the Hallmaster. That was because his character was arrogant and unscrupulous. He did not take any one of the younger generations seriously. Therefore, now his eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with anger. Not far away, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also sneered when they saw this scene. Seriously, how dare he provoke Brother Yang? If he wasn't the Hallmaster, I'm sure he would be lying on the ground now. Just wait and see. Even if he's the Hallmaster, he'll be in trouble if he provokes Brother Yang. The two of them sneered. On the other side, Hui Chen and the others were also puzzled. What's going on? Is the new Hallmaster going to fight back? That's interesting. As expected, Lin Xian acted as if he was going to fight back. He often fought with Yang Jian and even destroyed Yang Jian's attacks from time to time. This made Yang Jian's face turn red and his lungs were about to explode. Yang Jian roared crazily. His body was surrounded by a purple aura and the shadow of a dragon circled around him, making him look extraordinary. On the other side, the green light on Lin Xian's body dimmed a little, as if it was being suppressed. This scene was even more shocking. However, Lin Xian did not stop there. Instead, he continued attacking. The two of them kept attacking and attacked the two-headed demonic eagle together. There was even a small friction in the middle. After a few moves, the two of them, they both retreated. The two-headed demonic eagle was originally powerful, but under the joint attack of the two experts, it was riddled with wounds and bloody holes appeared one after another on its body. The blood dripped down and turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling over the forest. It's about time. Lin Xian looked at the dying two-headed demonic eagle and sneered in his heart. He did not attack again. Instead, he retreated. The Hallmaster retreated. The crowd exclaimed. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, and the others also sneered. Sure enough, it was nothing in front of Brother Yang. Hui Chen and the others were also surprised. Could it be that they could not defeat Yang Jian? The surrounding young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yang Jian, on the other hand, laughed loudly and seemed to be very proud. He was indeed overjoyed because the other party dared to go against him and even destroyed his attacks. If the other party was not the Hallmaster, he would have slapped the other party to the ground. How could he allow the other party to compete with him? However, so what if the other party was the Hallmaster? Under his powerful pressure and energy, the other party was still forced to retreat. Thinking of this, he became even more proud. The purple demon Jiao dragon bow in his hand was constantly waving. Ray after ray of light flew out and bombarded the sky. It hit the demonic eagle's body, causing the other party's injuries to be even more terrifying. Boom! The last arrow directly hit the demonic eagle's head, causing the other party's head to explode, forming a storm in the sky. Boom! The huge corpse fell down and smashed hard on the ground. Large patches of forest collapsed. The nearby mountain peaks were shattered. The ground split open and countless cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. The dust in the surroundings turned into smoke and spread in all directions. It was killed. A peak 7-star demonic eagle king was killed by a single arrow. This Yang Jian was too terrifying. Could it be that he could already contend against an 8-star demonic eagle king? As expected of our immortal palace's top young expert. Chapter 2385. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even Hui Dao frowned. He had to admit that Yang Jian was very strong. Brother Yang is mighty. That arrow just now was really too cool. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also flew over and came to Yang Jian's side. Haha. Yang Jian laughed complacently, his face filled with pride. He descended to the ground and stood on the mountain like corpse. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also followed him. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure flashed and also came to the demonic eagle's corpse. The demonic eagle's corpse was very big, enough for a few thousand people to stand on, so it was not crowded at all. The surrounding people also stopped in midair, countless gazes looking forward. Temple Master, what do you think? Isn't Brother Yang more powerful? Xiao Hui sneered. On the other side, Pei Yuan also laughed and said, Yes, Temple Master, you lost the written test this time. Haha. Yang Jian was very proud, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan said again, Temple Master, I think you should give Brother Yang the title of Immortal Palace's #1 prodigy. Is there a need to give him that title? Pei Yuan said with a smile, How about this? Temple Master, you can make Brother Yang the Deputy Temple Master. In this way, we can do things that you can't do for Brother Yang. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Hui Chen and the others' expressions also changed. These guys are too arrogant. However, the people of the 3 halls were very excited. If Yang Xiaohui became the Deputy Temple Master, then they would also rise to the top. Lin Xian's 500 people gritted their teeth and their faces were gloomy, because they felt that the other party was too much. This suggestion is not bad. After Yang Jian heard it, he was also very satisfied. Then he walked forward and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. How about it? Agree. Let me be the Deputy Temple Master, and I'll guarantee your safety for the rest of your life. You don't have to worry about anything. As soon as these words came out, the world changed color. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Yang Jian's ambition was not small. He actually wanted to fight for the supreme position. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. The other party was too much. He was about to say something. However, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian had also spoken. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was completely cold, and his eyes were filled with a biting cold light. He said coldly, Take your hand away. Who told you to pat my shoulder? Do you have the right to film me? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were dumbfounded. Then they screamed out loud. What did you say? Humph. What did I say? Lin Xian sneered. What do you think I said? Brat, don't go too far. Pei Yuan said coldly. Lin Xian shouted coldly, How dare you? As soon as this voice came out, it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were shocked. They did not expect that the new hall master, who had always swallowed his anger and kept his silence, would explode with such power. Needless to say, this sound really scared the 2 of them. However, Yang Jian's face turned completely gloomy. Brat, you dare to scold me? His expression was cold. Lin Xian looked at him, and his eyes flickered. What did you call me? I'm the hall master of Immortal Palace, and you're just a martial artist of a hall. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me hall master. Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you've forgotten the rules of Immortal Palace. Hall Master? You're also called Hall Master? Yang Jian was really angry. When had he ever been scolded by a brat like this? Moreover, the other party's strength was clearly inferior to his. That was intolerable. How can someone like you be the Hall Master? You're so weak. If it weren't for the old Hall Master supporting you, you probably wouldn't even be able to enter Immortal Palace. How dare you? Yang Jian, are you trying to rebel? Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. At the back, Xing Tian also shouted coldly, I'm rebelling. What can you do to me? Yang Jian shouted angrily. He was really mad. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. The other party actually dared to say such disgraceful words. He was really insolent. Lin Xian sneered. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Buzz! The great dragon, sword soul in his body, circulated crazily. Then it erupted with terrifying energy. Lin Xian stretched out a green dragon hand and slapped forward. Bang! Yang Jian was instantly slapped to the ground. The terrifying power shattered the void. The 1,000-meter-long beast carcass under their feet instantly split open, turning into countless blood qi that scattered in all directions. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened. They could not believe it. Even Xing Tian was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who were at the side, were stunned. Ah, damn brat, how dare you hit me? Yang Jian roared crazily, and his expression was abnormally cold. Murderous intent quickly emerged from his body. That was because he could not tolerate it at all. How dare the other party attack him? Moreover, the other party even injured him. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. He did not expect the other party to attack him. Therefore, he was completely unprepared and was slapped to the ground by the other party. Ah, I'm going to kill you, he roared crazily, and terrifying power surged out of his body. He wanted to counterattack. Bang! However, as soon as he stood up, he was slapped down. The terrifying green dragon palm slapped his body, directly shattering half of his bones. Blood spurted out crazily. Cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Not only that, the green dragon palm did not disappear this time. Instead, it was like a green mountain that pressed down on Yang Jian's body, completely suppressing him. Countless sword qi flew out from the green dragon palm and entered Yang Jian's body to seal him. Brother Yang, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui cried out in alarm and kept retreating. Damn it, let go of our brother Yang. The people of the 3 halls also roared angrily. They all pulled out their swords and roared. How dare you touch our young master Yang? Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Xing Tian roared, Who dares to attack? Do you all want to rebel? He was a peerless expert. At this moment, his voice carried incomparable power, causing the blood in everyone's body to surge. In an instant, everyone was stunned in midair. Yes, the other party was the Immortal Palace Master. Regardless of whether he was strong or not, the other party was still the Immortal Palace Master. They actually dared to attack the Immortal Palace Master. Even if they succeeded, they would probably end up in a miserable state. At the thought of this, everyone retreated. Lin Xian sneered and ignored the people of the 3 halls. Then, he stared at Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui. Why, do the 2 of you want to attack me too? Being stared at by Lin Xian's cold eyes, the 2 of them were shocked. Then they shook their heads and did not dare to do so. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and said, But Brother Yang is the son of the 3rd Hall Master. Chapter 2386. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. 3rd Hall Master's son? So what? Even if 3rd Hall Master was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. Brat, you're dead. Let go of me. I definitely won't let you go. Below, Yang Jian roared crazily. The endless power in his body wanted to attack, but it was suppressed. He couldn't use any of his strength at all. I'm dead? You still dare to threaten me now? Lin Xian sneered. Reckless thing. Do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Insubordination. Attacking a palace master. Openly rebelling. Every single one of them deserved to die 10,000 times. I can kill you right now. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. It was like the hammer of a thunder god, fiercely smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, and their hearts were beating wildly. The reason for that was because they discovered that what Lin Xian had said was the truth. If he really wanted to punish Yang Jian according to Immortal Palace's rules, he was really dead. However, everyone knew that Yang Jian's words were definitely said out of anger. He wouldn't really rebel. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yang Jian was so angry that he vomited blood. He was pressed to the ground and roared crazily, "Damn brat, you dare to convict me? You dare to kill me? You dare to touch me? Do you believe that my father won't forgive you? People of Third Hall, come over here. Save me." Yes. Hearing this, the people of Third Hall came over one after another. Buzz! However, when they ran halfway, a huge blade light slashed down from the sky, splitting the ground in front of them. A large canyon appeared, blocking everyone's path. The remaining biting cold aura on the ground made everyone's scalp go numb. Whoever dared to take a step forward would die. Hu Yidao descended from the sky. He was already following Lin Xian now. How could he allow these people to rebel? Damn it! Our young Master Yang didn't commit any crime. Why should he be arrested? No crime? Are you blind? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, read Immortal Palace's rules for me. Yes. Xing Tian walked out and said loudly, Immortal Palace's rules. First, rebels and traitors behead. Second, those who offend their superiors will be beheaded. Third, those who disregard the rules of the palace will be executed. After 3 consecutive slashes, countless large cracks appeared in the void as one black hole after another appeared behind Xing Tian. Very good. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Yang Jian had committed all 3 crimes, and his crimes were punishable by death, unforgivable. Now, it was time for the execution. His cold voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. At this moment, these people were all stunned. They didn't expect that things would take such a huge turn. After all, it was Yang Jian who had been overbearing all this time. The new palace master was pressured to the point that he could not breathe. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change? The powerful and arrogant Yang Jian was pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. The new palace master, who had been silent all this while, now displayed an unparalleled domineering aura. He even wanted to kill Yang Jian. At the side, Pei Yuan and Xiaohui's faces were filled with fear and anger. In the distance, Hui Chen and the others were also shocked. However, among them someone said, "Just wait and see. At most, we'll just punish him. We won't really kill him." That was for sure. It seemed that the new palace master wanted to establish his authority, but killing Yang Jian was not worth it. After all, he was the son of the Third Hall Master. If he killed him, the Third Hall Master would definitely go crazy. Pei Yuan and Xiaohui, as well as the martial artists at the Third Hall, naturally knew this. Therefore, they pleaded for mercy. "Palace Master, young Master Yang was just playing with you." Yes, young Master Yang was muddle-headed and said those words in a moment of impulse. He had no intention of rebelling. "Palace Master, please let young Master Yang go." The people at the Third Hall were also shouting. As for the others, they were all stunned. Playing with him? Lin Xian sneered. "Who is he to play with me? What do you take me for? A toy for you to play with? Or do you not have me in your heart at all?" Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again. His eyes were like 2 sharp divine swords sweeping across these people. Buzz! These people's hearts were beating wildly, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything else. Below, Yang Jian was roaring crazily. "Kid, you better let me go. I can pretend that this didn't happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't forget that my father is the Third Hall Master. I said execute him." What? In the distance, the 500 people were stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Xing Tian were stunned. What's going on? Are we really going to kill Yang Jian? Ha 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 ha. Kid, did you see that? No one dares to touch me. Seeing this, Xing Tian laughed arrogantly again, and his eyes were full of disdain. Indeed, his identity was extraordinary. The third hall master was an incomparably powerful expert among the 9 hall masters. As the son of the third hall master, no one dared to offend him. No one is going to do anything. I'll do it myself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his body emitted a strong aura. He waved his hand, and the green dragon hand grabbed Yang Jian and suspended him in the air. The surrounding sword qi formed chains and nailed him to the ground. Ah, damn it, open up! Yang Jian roared crazily. However, the sword qi formed by the great dragon sword soul had already sealed his body and suppressed all his strength, so Yang Jian could not break free. Insubordination, rebellion, disrespect. You will be punished by 3 knives and 6 lashes and beheading. Lin Xian said coldly. Crack! He flipped his palm, and a blue treasured saber appeared in his hand. Then he looked up and stared at Yang Jian. How dare you touch me? Try touching me. You're dead meat if you touch me. Yang Jian shouted crazily in the air. However, at the next moment, his voice stopped, and he even let out a miserable cry. That was because the blue long saber had directly penetrated his body and came out from his back. Poof! Ah! Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Yang Jian screamed crazily in the air, and his face was distorted. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What? He really did it? How dare he do it? At that moment, Pei Yuan, Hui Chen, and the others were full of horror. Even Hu Dao and Xing Tian were shocked. Damn it, are you trash? Kill him! Yang Jian roared crazily. Those people in the third hall recovered from the shock and gasped. Young Master Yang. At that moment, one of them could not help but rush forward. He was also a young genius in the third hall. His body swayed and rushed into the air. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down in an attempt to save Yang Jian. Bang! Poof! However, at the next moment, his body was split in half from the middle. His body fell to the ground. The long saber in Lin Xian's hand slowly fell. His cold voice sounded. Whoever wants to be Yang Jian's accomplice, step forward. He was killed with a single slash. Everyone was stunned again. That's a young expert. He's very powerful. Although he's not as powerful as Yang Jian and the others, he's still terrifying. He was killed with a single slash. Chapter 2387. Heavens! Why is the Temple Master so powerful? That slash had stunned the people from the 3 halls. Yang Jian's pupils constricted, and he screamed, Damn brat! You've been hiding your strength. He realized that Lin Xian was much more powerful than when he had fought with him previously. This caused his heart to turn cold. He felt that it might be a trap for him. In the next moment, he screamed, Let me go if you dare. I want to fight you one-on-one. I can kill you with 1 slap. Poof! Ah! However, Lin Xian ignored him. He took out another golden long saber and stabbed it into Yang Jian's body. The third purple long saber was stabbed into Yang Jian's body. There were 3 sabers stabbed into Yang Jian's body, and his blood stained the ground. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. Pei Yuan, Xiaohui, Hui Chen, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the new temple master to be so ruthless. Ah, damn brat! Kill me if you dare! Otherwise I won't let you go. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Now that the punishment of 3 slashes was over, it was time for the 6 lashes. At this point, he waved his hand and countless lightning bolts gathered in his hand, forming a lightning whip. Crack! The lightning whip lashed out, lashing out at Yang Jian's body. His skin and flesh were torn open, and even his bones were exposed. Yang Jian's body was surrounded by lightning, and the pain almost made him pass out. Ah! Kill him! Kill him! I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Yang Jian roared crazily. However, Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan kept retreating, and their faces were full of fear. Are you kidding me? I don't dare to move. Otherwise, they would end up like Yang Jian. However, the people from the 3 halls were furious. Their young master was actually being tortured like this. This was something they couldn't bear. In an instant, 3 experts rushed out. Let go of our young master. Although they were angry, they were not stupid. They did not dare to attack Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian was the temple master. Thus, they directly charged forward with the intention of saving Yang Jian. As long as he could save Yang Jian, there was no need for them to worry about the rest. However, just as the 3 of them arrived in the air, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the lightning whip in his hand, directly splitting the 3 of them apart. Poof! Puff! Puff! The 3 of them were cut in half at the waist. Their bodies were surrounded by countless streaks of lightning. They were charred black and emitted white smoke. The corpse fell to the ground like a clap of thunder, fiercely striking everyone's hearts. If you're not afraid to die, then come at me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he waved his lightning whip again and lashed it at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's crazed screams were extremely miserable, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. However, no one dared to make a move. The sons of the great halls were extremely shocked. The other martial artists were even more stunned. Although the people from the 3 halls were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the 3 charred corpses were still there. Soon, the 6 lashes were finished. Yang Jian's entire body was charred black, and there was not a single spot on his body that was unharmed. White bones could be seen in many places. Not only that, but his internal organs were also seriously injured. It could be said that Yang Jian had never suffered such serious injuries since he was young. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yang Jian's eyes were red, and his mind was a little unclear. He opened his mouth and roared angrily. Every time he spoke, endless black smoke would rise. His entire body was about to be roasted by the lightning. The 3 slashes and 6 lashes were all over. Next, it was time to behead him. As he said that, the lightning whip in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. He slowly pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. A sharp aura surged out from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. What? Behead him? Was he really going to kill Yang Jian? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and they were extremely shocked. Because although the 3 slashes and 6 lashes had injured Yang Jian previously, his life was not in danger. With a genius like Yang Jian, coupled with the treasures in the hands of the 3rd Hall Master, it could be said that he could recover very quickly. However, beheading him might not be the same. He had directly killed Yang Jian. In this world, who could bring bones back to life? Even the great emperors couldn't do it. If he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, when everyone heard about beheading, they were all stunned. No way he was really going to make a move? Hui Chen and the other hall disciples were shocked, not daring to believe it. As for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, they were even trembling as if they had seen a devil. How dare he? Could it be that he was not afraid of the 3rd Hall Master's rage? One had to know that the 3rd Hall Master was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 great Hall Masters. Moreover, his personality was extremely violent. In addition, there were countless elite powerhouses in the 3 halls. If the 3rd Hall Master was angry, it would definitely be an unimaginable nightmare. What? Kid, you dare to kill me? You actually dare to kill me? Yang Jian was also so angry that his entire body was trembling. What kind of joke was this? In the entire Immortal Palace, who dared to kill him? This time, Hu Yidao was also stunned. Even Xing Tian couldn't remain calm. To be honest, he also didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually have the intention to kill. To be honest, he was very much in favor of establishing dominance. After all, everyone didn't care much about this new hall master. In fact, they even disdained him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Xian really needed to establish his dominance. Using Yang Jian's Li Wei, the effect was also the best. The previous 3 blades and 6 whips already had an effect. Didn't they see that even those hall's children had faces full of horror? But he didn't expect that Lin Xian actually wasn't willing to stop and still wanted to carry out the final execution. How could he know that this was long decided by Lin Xian? This Yang Jian was extremely arrogant, provoking him again and again, and even wanted to be the deputy hall master. He even wanted to replace him as the hall master. How could Lin Xian tolerate this? If he didn't kill Yang Jian today, he was afraid that no one would put him in their eyes in the future. Therefore, Yang Jian would undoubtedly die. Why, are you very surprised? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. What you have committed is a capital crime. I have 100 legitimate reasons to kill you. Even if you are killed, the 3rd hall master can't say a word. Everyone was terrified. This method was too terrifying, right? Indeed, if he was killed according to Immortal Palace's rules, no one would be able to find fault with it. However, with the 3rd hall master's personality, even if there was nothing wrong with him, he would still go crazy. They didn't dare to imagine how chaotic Immortal Palace would be if Yang Jian really died. Whoosh! Lin Xian raised the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. No, in front. The martial artists at the 3rd hall were stunned. Yang Jian's previous torture already made them angry and frightened. However, they could still tolerate it. But it was different now. Yang Jian was actually going to be killed. If Yang Jian really died, they probably wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, they rushed over as if they had gone mad. Humph! Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Offending your superiors and collaborating with Yang Jian to rebel. You all have committed a capital crime. Chapter 2388. Lin Xianxian did not hold back at all with this sword strike. The power of the great dragon sword soul was completely unleashed. Together with the power of the ancient sword, it slashed forward. All the martial artists from the 3 halls were shrouded. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the sky split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, and countless sword chi pierced through the surroundings. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. At this moment, the disciples of the halls and the surrounding young martial artists were all stunned. Wasn't this sword too terrifying? Although it was not aimed at them, the aftershock sent chills down their spines. Damn it! What level had the new temple master reached? They had an unfathomable feeling. After the sword slashed down and the sword chi disappeared, these people were even more stunned. Dozens of elite martial artists and young geniuses from the 3 halls were all killed. What a terrifying sword chi! Everyone was horrified. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's strength to far exceed his expectations. Thinking of this, fear appeared in his eyes. No, damn it, you can't kill me. Put me down, or my father will never forgive you. No one can save you, not even your father. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, and the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. No, Yang Jian was terrified, and he screamed crazily. Everyone's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Poof! Blood spurted out, and a head flew up. The sword was out, and the person was dead. What? Killed? He was really killed. Yang Jian was really killed. At this moment, Ho Yi Chen and the other hall masters' hearts were beating wildly, and their faces were full of shock. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were trembling. Although the 2 of them were arrogant before, they were terrified now. The other geniuses in the distance were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of fear. Hu Yidao was stunned. Even Xing Tian was in a daze. He could not believe it. Lin Xian killed Yang Jian. The 3rd hall master would go crazy. Xing Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Lin Xian kept the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and shouted coldly, Xing Tian. Yes. Xing Tian came to his senses and stepped forward. Lin Xian said with a heavy voice, use my orders to inform Immortal Palace that Yang Jinni was plotting a rebellion and was killed by me on the spot. Yes, Xing Tian said respectfully. The others continued to hunt, and the reward for the first place remained unchanged. Whoosh! The others hurriedly left and flew in all directions. They were not keen on hunting, but wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The reason for that was because the atmosphere there was simply too oppressive. Lin Xian's terrifying aura and pressure made it hard for them to breathe. This was especially true for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who immediately ran away. What kind of joke was this? Even Yang Jian had been killed. If they dared to act presumptuously, they would most likely be killed with a single slash. The others were also terrified, but the 500 people that Lin Xian had subdued were incomparably excited. They clenched their fists. Great! Originally, they were still feeling indignant for the hall master, thinking that he was too tolerant. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The new palace master's strength and decisiveness had far exceeded their expectations. If they followed such a person, they would definitely become outstanding in the future. Hui Dao also walked over. He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of respect in his eyes. Young master, Yang Jian's corpse? What's the use of a traitor's corpse? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Leave it here. Lin Xian glanced at it, then no longer paid attention to it. Why? Don't you want to be the first place? Hurry up and hunt. Lin Xian waved his hand. Yes. Hu Yidao cupped his fists, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. This kid was too satisfying. Damn it, he had long disliked this guy. Getting rid of him was really too satisfying. The dark, red divine dragon at the side waved its dragon claws and said viciously, If you didn't do it, I would have done it long ago. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he behave so atrociously above us? Xing Tian's eyelids were also twitching wildly. However, he was still worried. Although they had shown their power, they had completely offended the third hall master. So what? Lin Xian said indifferently. He had offended the third hall master and completely subdued the entire Immortal Palace. It was not a loss for him. Moreover, he was the master of Immortal Palace. How could he be humiliated like this? Would the previous old palace master be provoked like this? Would he tolerate such a thing? Xing Tian stopped talking. What a joke! Who dared to provoke him? Even the 6 great guardians had to be respectful. If they were to jump up and down like Yang Jian, they would have been slapped to death. Now he did not say anything. Since things had already happened, he would think of a countermeasure. After all, he was sent by the old palace master to protect Lin Xian. Now he could see that this new young master was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also one of the top existences in the younger generation. His temperament and methods were also extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, he was also someone who would not be bullied. Thinking of this, Xing Tian felt a little excited. Lin Xian was still very young, but he was already so powerful. If he grew up in the future, he might be like the old palace master back then, dominating the world. Lin Xian did not participate in what happened next. He floated in the void and looked into the distance. Behind him followed the dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian. Soon, the afterglow of the setting sun arrived. The one who won in the end was naturally Hui Dao. Hui Chen and the other hall master's sons were not interested at all. They were thinking about Yang Jian's matter, and a few of them even wanted to escape. They wished that time would pass faster. Therefore, they did not hunt at all. The people of the other halls were also preoccupied. Therefore, the ones who really hunted were the 500 people that Lin Xian took in, as well as Hui Dao. Among them, Hui Dao was of course the most powerful. Looking at the monster corpses that were piled up like a mountain, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the strength of these people was indeed very powerful, as expected of the young geniuses of Immortal Palace. What made him even more satisfied was the attitude of these people. These people looked at him with a trace of respect and fear in their eyes. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, as the palace master, how could he lead the heroes in the future? Ruffian dragon, pick a few that you like and bring them back for you to roast. All right, I won't be polite. The dark, red, divine dragon grinned and glanced at the monster corpses. He picked a few tasty ones and carried them over. All right, let's go back. Apart from the first place, the second and third place will also be rewarded. The rest of you should cultivate well. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Xian's words were directed at the 500 people. Thank you, Palace Master. The 500 people were very excited. Next, Lin Xian and the others left Western Canyon Mountain and returned. Hui Dao and the 500 people followed him back. Ho Yi Chen, Pei Yuan, and the others did not enter at all. Chapter 2389. Yang Jian's corpse was also taken away. After all, such a big thing had happened. They had to go back and report it quickly, because they felt that the matter was definitely serious. It would probably cause a huge commotion in Immortal Palace. With the third hall master's personality, he would definitely be incomparably furious when his son was killed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the others returned, Xing Tian issued a decree that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. When this news spread, the entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. They didn't even dare to believe this news. What was going on? Yang Jian rebelled? He was killed. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Although Yang Jian was arrogant, he shouldn't have rebelled, right? Who dared to kill him? The new palace master? Heavens! Are they going to go against the third hall master? Why do I feel that this news isn't true? Discussions could be heard one after another. However, when the cultivators from the various halls and Ho Yi Chen and the other hall master's sons returned from Shisha Mountain and passed the news to each other, this matter was finally confirmed. Everyone was stunned. They knew that the matter was probably going to be serious. Sure enough, when the people from the third hall heard the news, they immediately went berserk. To be honest, they didn't believe it at first. What kind of joke was this? Yang Jian was their third hall master's son. Who dared to offend him? Not to mention killing him. However, when Yang Jian's corpse was carried back, the people from the third hall were all stunned. Their eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? How could someone dare to kill Yang Jian? Could it be that they didn't want to live anymore? After the third hall master received the news, he even came out of the secret chamber. Originally, he was in seclusion, preparing to cultivate and break through. But now, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate at all. How could he accept the fact that his own son had been killed? Boom! Speak, what happened? Who killed my son? The third hall master roared, crazily like a lion. He was a tall man to begin with. At this moment, he was really like a demon king. Yes, the young cultivators under him trembled and began to narrate the entire incident. When the third hall master and the surrounding people heard that Yang Jian had been struck with 3 blades, 6 whips, and was beheaded, they were all shocked. Especially the third hall master. He roared angrily, and the entire hall directly exploded. Intolerable bullying. How dare he kill my son? I must kill him personally, no matter who he was. The third hall master had really gone crazy. A brat who had just been promoted actually dared to make a move on him? How reckless! The elders beside him hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hall master! Although that brat is detestable, he is still the hall master. We cannot be impulsive. We must plan this carefully. They frantically tried to dissuade him. Indeed, Yang Jian was judged to have rebelled and was killed. If the 3 halls directly charged into the Stellar Hall, they would probably be taken down on the spot. I don't care what kind of palace master he is. How could a brat like him have the qualifications to be my immortal palace's master? I want to see what kind of monster he is. The third hall master completely ignored him. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Everyone listen to my orders. Yes, attack the Starry Hall. Kill! 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 An earth-shattering sound rang out as waves of murderous aura soared into the sky. From the looks of it, these people were really prepared to go all out. Boom! However, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. An enormous aura, like 100,000 mountains, pressed down. It shattered all of the murderous aura, enveloping everyone's hearts. Sensing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people in the 3 halls changed, all of them raising their heads towards the sky. Even the 3rd hall master's face sunk, coldly shouting, "Who is it? You actually dare to behave atrociously in my territory?" Yang Guang received the decree. An ice-cold voice sounded, carrying with it an unmatched pressure. Hearing this voice, the 3rd hall master's expression finally changed. Great Law Protector. What was the Great Law Protector doing here at this time? It definitely wasn't something good. You want to defy the decree? The Great Law Protector descended in midair. He was an elder, currently holding a golden scroll in his hand, releasing 10,000 streaks of radiance. I don't dare. Yang Guang received the decree. The 3rd hall master knelt on one knee, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding people in the 3 halls also knelt on one knee, looking extremely respectful. Under the old hall master's orders, Immortal Palace's members were not allowed to cause trouble, not allowed to disobey their superiors. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. When he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from the Great Law Protector's body, engulfing the 9 heavens. The Great Law Protector was extremely terrifying, his cultivation reaching the Invincible King level. At this moment, an invincible pressure was released, causing the people in the 3 halls below to tremble. What? Hearing this, the people below were shocked, but they didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Yang Guang, however, suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. They were not allowed to cause trouble, and they were not allowed to disobey their superiors. Although it said that they were Immortal Palace's members, it was clearly meant for him. Moreover, this was personally issued by the Old Hall Master. He knew how powerful the Old Hall Master was. Even invincible kings weren't enough in front of him. It could be said that he had reached a shocking level. If he dared to resist and angered the Old Hall Master, he would probably be slapped to death. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Yang Guang received the decree. Seeing this scene, the Great Law Protector put away the golden decree, and then said in a deep voice, the new Hall Master was personally chosen by the Old Hall Master. Don't make a mistake. I hope you can take care of yourself. After saying this, the Great Law Protector's figure flickered, disappearing into the void. Then the unparalleled pressure disappeared as well. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure, the martial artists in the 3 halls below all heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. The aura of an invincible king was too terrifying. They couldn't bear it at all. Yang Guang's expression was incomparably ugly. A few elders surrounded him and quickly said, Hall Master, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Do you think we still have a chance to resist? The 3rd Hall Master's face was ashen. However, soon after, he clenched his fists, and his square face became incomparably ferocious. Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Although the Old Hall Master is protecting him, I don't believe that he can protect him forever. Seclusion. From now on, don't disturb me. I won't come out of seclusion until I become an invincible king. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. He was already an 8-star peak king, and he was very close to becoming an invincible king. However, it was also very difficult to break through. However, this time, he decided to enter seclusion, because only by becoming an invincible king would he have a chance of revenge. Rumble. Yang Guang entered the ground and used the earth's spirit vein to enter seclusion. Although the people in the 3 halls were also angry, they became incomparably low-key. There was no other way. This decree was obviously targeted at them. If they dared to cause trouble, they would probably be killed very soon. Therefore, everything could only wait for their hall master to come out of seclusion before making a new plan. The great law protector's decree was not only issued to the third hall master, but also spread throughout the entire immortal palace. Chapter 2390. They didn't expect the old palace master to make a move at this time. Moreover, he stood firmly on Lin Xian's side. This let them know that the new palace master's position was probably unshakable. The other hall masters' eyes were gloomy. Then, they quickly warned their subordinates not to cause trouble. They couldn't afford to offend him. They could still hide. At most, they would carry out their own mission and ignore him. Pei Yuan, Hui Chen, and the other hall master's sons also felt their scalps go numb. Especially Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui. They felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. A matter that shocked Immortal Palace quickly calmed down, just like that. The speed at which it calmed down was shocking. They couldn't believe it. Starry Hall, Hu Yidao, Xing Tian, and the others also took a deep breath after hearing the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This matter was similar to what he had guessed. It seemed that his position as palace master was stable. Of course, no one rebelled. But it didn't mean that he was free of trouble. Most likely, those people still obeyed his orders on the surface, but disobeyed them on the surface. However, there was no rush. He could take it slow. He believed that one day, the entire Immortal Palace would submit to him. It was time to move on to the next step. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes flickering. Xing Tian gave him a list of 3 geniuses. One of them, Hu Yidao, had already been subdued by him. As for the remaining 2, he was going to meet them now. Green mountains and clear waters. It was quiet everywhere. A beautiful figure strolled in the forest as if she had walked out of a painting. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She wore a long aqua-green dress. There were terrifying monster kings around, but they crawled on the ground, not daring to move forward at all. They seemed to be afraid of the aqua-green woman. However, after walking for a while, the beautiful woman stopped in her tracks. She frowned. That was because a figure appeared in front of her. "It's you." The beautiful woman frowned because she recognized the figure in front of her. It was the new palace master of Immortal Palace. She didn't care about the other party before, but after the incident with Yang Jian, she specially found information about the new palace master. There was a portrait of the other party in the information, so she could recognize him at a glance. "Peacock, come with me." The person in front of her was Lin Xian. He looked at the beautiful woman and said indifferently, "Go with you? Just based on the fact that you killed Yang Jian, this is not enough." Peacock shook her head. "Defeat me, and I'll go with you." "Okay, make your move," Lin Xian said calmly. Although he knew that Peacock was powerful, he was not afraid. Wang. Peacock waved her jade-like hands, and the wind and clouds changed. A green palm slapped over, like the overturning sky seal pressing down from the sky. The space around Lin Xian froze in an instant. Clearly, this was an ultimate technique. It seemed like the other party knew that he wasn't weak, so he used a powerful ultimate skill right from the start. Wang. Facing the giant green palm, Lin Xian waved his sleeve. Black flames surged out and danced. Whoosh! The energy palm above was burned to ashes. "Show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful the legendary peacock is," Lin Xian said coldly. "You'll see." Although the attack was broken, Peacock was not surprised. She knew that the other party was not weak since he was able to become the temple master. However, she had absolute confidence in herself. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. A green light appeared behind her back, and the shadow of a peacock appeared. The beautiful tail slowly spread out. It was like a fairy fan. It was exceptionally beautiful. Wang. However, this beauty contained an unparalleled killing intent. Peacock spreading its tail. With an angry roar, the huge tail swept. The black spots on it were like eyes. It was very dreamy. Wang. In the sky, countless black rays of light flew out like lightning. They charged towards where Lin Xian was. The void shattered in an instant. The terrifying aura between heaven and earth made people tremble. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He could naturally see that the attack was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, the great dragon's sword soul in his body roared rapidly. Whoosh! He swung his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Soon, all the black lightning in the sky was shattered. Lin Xian's body flickered as he charged over with the ancient sword in his hand. On the other side, Peacock snorted coldly. A green fan appeared in her hand. She kept waving it as she fought. Both of them were young prodigies. At this moment, the battle was extremely terrifying. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was enveloped by the storm. Roars rang out, and those powerful demon kings all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. On the 100th move, Peacock's eyes suddenly burst out with a green light. It was extremely cold, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The shadow of the peacock behind him also spread its tail and swept over. The green light swept out, and a shocking, murderous aura attacked. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He felt that his life was in danger. Therefore, in the next moment, his body flickered and instantly disappeared. As expected, as soon as he left, the void melted. Nothing could withstand the green light. How terrifying! The shadow of the peacock was strange. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that it was not just her king's domain. It also seemed to contain a trace of bloodline power. You guessed right. My ancestor is Mahamayuri, so I have Mahamayuri's bloodline power in my body. Peacock said in a delicate voice. So, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Mahamayuri. Legend has it that it was an extremely terrifying monster king. No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization. No wonder he felt that the shadow of the peacock was so terrifying. Humph. Then, Peacock formed another hand seal. Boom! An even more violent force descended from the sky. It was obvious that she had activated her bloodline power. The shadow behind her seemed to have come alive as it spread its wings and flew. A green light swept through the entire world. Even the entire sky was dyed green. Peacock's divine light. This was a secret technique of the peacock race. It was activated with the power of the bloodline. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying when used at this moment. Even if a peerless almighty saw it, their heart would beat wildly and they would not dare to resist it. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He had to admit that the woman in front of him was too powerful. She was not inferior to Hu Yidao at all. Moreover, she had the power of the bloodline, which was even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Those monster kings who were swept by the green light suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that surged in the sky. Nothing could withstand this light. Among them, more light swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed as he quickly dodged. However, the light seemed to have locked onto him and followed him closely. Whoosh! The ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, and a shocking sound was heard. The long sword cut off a large piece of green light, but the entire world seemed to be completely covered. Chapter 2391. You can't escape. Although you're the palace master, I won't show you any mercy. Peacock's face was unusually cold and emotionless. Her green eyes once again emitted a shocking light. Is that so? Can't escape? You're making a judgment too early. The show has just begun. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He smiled. Then, the sword aura on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying sword aura rushed out and slashed in all directions. It collided with the green light that filled the sky. Suddenly, heaven and earth boiled and huge cracks appeared in the sky. The sword aura was several times stronger than before. On the opposite side, Peacock frowned when she felt the biting cold sword aura. She didn't expect him to have hidden his strength. However, she didn't think that he could resist her bloodline power. After all, he had the bloodline of Mahamiri. In front of her, the sword aura rolled like an ocean and swept across the sky. The green light scattered endlessly. Peacock's shadow fluttered in the wind, and its terrifying tail kept swaying. Their attacks continued to collide in the sky, causing the entire sky to shatter. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The terrifying sword aura exploded again. Boom! The green light was cut in half by the sword, and the sharp sword aura slashed towards Peacock. What? He became stronger again. Peacock's expression finally changed when she felt the change. Her body kept swaying, and at the same time, the shadow behind her was also emitting light. Finally, it blocked the sword aura that filled the sky. However, her expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect the opponent's attack to be stronger than hers. It seemed that she had to use that move. She knew that the opponent was very strong, so she had to use a stronger trump card. The shadow behind her swayed its tail, and there were thousands of black spots on it that looked like eyes. At this moment, there were even more mysterious runes that were flickering nonstop like a mysterious eye. 1,000 Demon Eye. Peacock's palm kept forming seals, and the black spots turned into the Demon King's eye. It spun in the sky and emitted a mysterious power. This is a soul attack. You can't block it. Peacock's voice was cold. Indeed, this was one of her great divine abilities, an extremely powerful eye divination technique attack. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not dare to resist this eye technique of his. You want to compete with me in ocular techniques? Lin Xian smiled. If he wanted to resist physical attacks, he would have to expend a lot of energy. After all, the other party's bloodline was extremely powerful. However, if they were to compete in eye techniques, he would be able to determine the victor in an instant. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then he quickly activated his heavenly secret god eyes, forming a golden vortex to resist the 1,000 demon eyes. Whoa! What? How could this be? Seeing the other party's golden eyes, the peacock's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, a great fear rose in her heart. Not only that, but her soul was also trembling, as if it was being sucked into a strange space. Damn it! Eye technique. He actually knew eye technique as well. In an instant, Peacock's face turned incomparably pale. She roared madly and activated the 1,000 demon eye with all her might to resist. However, the heavenly secret god eyes was an extremely terrifying eye technique. Although the 1,000 demon purple eye was terrifying, it was still unable to resist the heavenly secret god eyes. Uft! Peacock took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her 1,000 demon purple eye also quickly disappeared. On the other side, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed and then returned to normal. You've lost, he said in a deep voice. Peacock wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face filled with unwillingness. What is your eye technique? Damn it, I can't accept this. You just happened to counter me. Very well, I'll give you another chance to attack. Lin Xian was not angry, nor did he care. Because even if he did not use his eye technique, he could still defeat the other party. Hearing this, Peacock quickly swallowed 2 black pills to stop the damage to her soul and heal it. Then, she took a deep breath and unleashed all the power in her body to the maximum. The shadow behind her became more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. Boom! Then, the 2 of them launched a fierce attack, the terrifying light illuminating the entire sky. Boom! A loud dragon roar came from Lin Xian's body. The sword aura in the sky turned into a giant dragon, fighting with the shadow of Peacock. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Dragon! Peacock was shocked. She could not believe it. She felt an immense pressure from the dragon-shaped phantom. Even the shadow behind him began to tremble. In the end, the shadow of Peacock was suppressed by the real dragon, her face pale. "I've lost." Peacock sighed. She realized that she could not defeat her opponent, be it soul attack or physical attack. However, she accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Because her opponent's strength was too strong, there was no luck at all. "Don't worry, you won't regret following me." Lin Xian smiled. Finally, he had subdued another powerful fighter. Peacock's strength could be said to be very strong. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. Now, there was only one prodigy left. Ghost Li, an extremely terrifying assassin king. Lin Xian brought Peacock back to the Starry Palace. Then he adjusted his body to its peak and set off again. This time, he must subdue the last prodigy. When Lin Xian arrived at the place given to him by the Star Pagoda, he frowned, because he realized that there was no one around. However, he was not anxious, because Xing Tian had given him 3 places. These 3 places were the places where Ghost Li often appeared. Since he was not here, he should be able to find him in the other 2 places. As expected, Lin Xian found him in the 3rd place. However, Lin Xian did not see him, but when he stepped into the 3rd place, goosebumps appeared all over his body. A faintly discernible killing intent locked onto him. Buzz! Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The sharp dagger in his hand slashed down quickly. Whoosh! Lin Xian's muscles all stiffened, and with a boom, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to operate wildly, a terrifying power surging out. There was an intense collision. Bam! The figure quickly retreated, and at the same time disappeared into the sky. How terrifying! He was not weaker than the assassins of hell. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lin Xian felt that this malicious spirit was indeed terrifying. The other party's assassination and concealment skills were very impressive. However, he had a way to see the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, the prodigy activated his ability, and golden light surrounded him in all directions. Soon, he saw a faint figure appear in front of him. Found him. Chapter 2392. In the next moment, Lin Xian decisively made his move. One slash. Countless rays of light shone, then turned into an earth-shattering force that spread forward. These sword qi formed a fan shape, completely sealing off the area where Ghostly was. Boom! Ghostly was also shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to lock onto him in an instant. He felt the space around him instantly solidify, as if there was an ancient, demonic mountain pressing down on him from the sky, with an incomparably sharp aura. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body swayed, and he suddenly exploded, tearing the void apart. He quickly dodged and avoided this terrifying sword wave. However, Lin Xian's second slash still came. A large black crack appeared in the sky, as if thunder was descending, and the terrifying sword light once again enveloped him. Humph! Ghostly snorted coldly. He did not expect his opponent to be able to discover him again and again. This time he was surprised again. But so what? Even if he did not hide, his strength was still very terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment he waved the black dagger in his hand and shot out rays of black light that slid across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, like thunder from the 9th heaven. The sound pierced through the void, and the space around them was torn apart, and the entire ground was shaking rapidly. What a powerful attack! After that attack, Ghostly was even more shocked, because he realized that his opponent's attack was too sharp, even more terrifying than him, the king of assassins. What a terrifying sword qi! What a terrifying sword Dao! Ghost Li's expression was solemn, but he did not admit defeat. White bone banner. Whoosh! In an instant, the world changed, and the scenery around them changed instantly. The entire space was as dark as ink. White bones were everywhere, and a terrifying, murderous aura shot into the sky. For a moment, it was as if they had come to the Ghost Dao world. Ghostly was not only a terrifying assassin, but also a terrifying ghost cultivator. At this moment, when his white bone banner appeared, it was earth-shattering. Countless evil spirits charged towards Lin Xian and instantly enveloped him. Lin Xian's body exploded with an earth-shattering force, and the terrifying sword wave swept in all directions, destroying all the darkness. Whoosh! But at this moment, a sharp light pierced towards his back. The terrifying aura, even Lin Xian's expression changed. Assassination techniques. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Ghostly to make a move at this time. Boom! A gigantic goddess of ice appeared on his body. The terrifying power of ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. As expected, Ghost Li's figure slowed down, and his body was covered in frost. He was about to be frozen. Seeing that his assassination had failed, Ghostly roared and retreated again. In the next moment, he waved the white bone banner again. Endless resentful spirits roared, and the terrifying ghostly shadows made people's souls tremble. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by an icy aura. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. At this moment, he erupted with unparalleled combat strength. With a sweep of his sword, a large number of vengeful spirits were annihilated. Not only that, Lin Xian also used the demigods and semidevils, his speed reaching the extreme as he charged towards Ghostly. Ghostly relied on his movement technique to move, but the demigods and semidevils were truly miraculous. Finally, Lin Xian found an opportunity. He stretched out his left hand, and endless ice condensed into an ice scepter that flickered in the sky. Instantly, thousands of miles were frozen. Ghostly was also frozen. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal to him. Buzz! In the next moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down mercilessly. Pum! Ghostly raised the dagger in his hand and the white bone banner to block. With a clang, he was forced back a few thousand meters, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood in his body churned nonstop. This sword had directly injured him. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked coldly. Humph, I haven't lost yet. Ghostly gritted his teeth and waved the white bone banner again. At the same time, his king's domain rushed out, covering the entire sky. Buzz! Cold winds blew in all directions, and countless vengeful spirits crawled out. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and many white bone creatures emerged. Endless resentful spirits circled in the air, and it was all very terrifying. Puff! Ghostly aura filled the sky, and the terrifying army of vengeful spirits quickly charged over. Some even spat out poisonous fog, and the entire space was dark. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if millions of resentful spirits were moving out, and they firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the destruction sword formation covered the surroundings. Streaks of blood-red sword chi rushed up, turning into a sea of blood in the air, roaring in all directions. Boom! Boom! The sea of blood and the mountain of corpses collided, and a shocking rainbow erupted. The scene between heaven and earth was tragic. At the same time, Lin Xian's fingers kept forming seals, and the hell's ice lotus quickly flew out, spreading in all directions. At the same time, he also shot out black fire dragons, roaring in all directions. The flames roared, and the ice spread, slaughtering the millions of resentful spirits. It's useless. My flames completely restrained you, Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Ghost Li's face was gloomy. He could see that it was indeed so. If this continued, his white bone banner would probably be destroyed. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and stopped attacking. The white bone banner also quickly entered his body. Not fighting anymore, Lin Xian asked. On the opposite side, Ghostly said coldly, There's still one last attack. If you can take it, I'll admit defeat. As he said that, his domain rolled quickly and endless black gas spread. Then a black dagger appeared in midair, wrapped in endless black gas. The shadow blade. It wasn't a real weapon, but a strange world of death that ghostly connected to through his own secret technique and domain. It was summoned from inside. Although it was an illusion, it was extremely terrifying. Buzz. In the next moment, Ghostly held the shadow blade. The murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted, and it was several times stronger than before. Buzz. With a swing of the blade, a terrifying light swept forward. This attack was too terrifying, especially the murderous aura contained in it. It could definitely make an almighty collapse in an instant. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, as the shadow blade was swung, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. What was even more strange was that there was blood flowing out from this crack. It was extremely strange. An illusion attack? Lin Xian was surprised. He was very familiar with this, because his great dragon sword soul was like this. It was just a sword shadow, but its power was much more terrifying than a real weapon. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the great dragon's sword soul in his body rushed out. In front of him, it condensed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow. He grabbed it with one hand. It slashed forward. The biting cold sword light roared like an angry dragon, colliding with the terrifying black light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy exploded. The collision between the two was destructive. However, the black light wave emitted by the shadow blade cracked. Then it cracked and turned into endless ghost chi. What? It was broken. How could it be? Ghostly was shocked when he saw the scene. Puff! He quickly retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he couldn't believe it. This was a powerful attack summoned from the world of death. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty might not be able to resist it. However, the opponent's sword shadow directly shattered his attack.